Case efficacy chain, also known as chain of efficacy, a digital chain. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Educate, efficiency, effectiveness, and evolve. So whether you are doing market research, studying, doing market analysis, or making a critical financial decision, get the latest breaking, developing market news in the cryptocurrency markets at www.efficacycoin.com. Efficacy Cryptocurrency News is powered by Case Capital Markets.
It's good to see you. We wanted to talk about what people think about this bill. They saw the sausage being made in a way that maybe has never happened before. And you've been polling at Ipsos. Cliff Young is back, everybody, here in Washington, D.C. Americans are divided, as I read in your analysis on the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. What does America think?
Well, your last guest, Ashley, was spot on. So in general, in abstract, Americans are very divided. Only plurality of Americans, independent of how you ask the question, maybe somewhere from 20 to 35% are in favor of the bill. That obviously breaks down along partisan lines. It's very much an issue of partisan queuing. If you like Trump, you're in favor of the bill. If you don't like Trump, you're not in favor of it. But the devil's in the details. And when you peel away the onion, what you find is there's a lot of nuggets in there that Americans like.
Okay, let's talk about that, because as you find, American support for extending tax cuts for the less affluent is one. Cuts to Medicaid is another. What do we like before we get to what we don't like?
Well, Americans like when the middle class is helped out.
Yeah.
And so across the board, when you look at the details, look at the items that are in favor of the middle class in one way or another, child tax credit as one, no tax on tips is another. These are sorts of things that Americans do like. They are in favor of independent of the name of the bill, of the sponsor of the bill. And so once again, as I said before, the devil's really in the details.
Sure. How much is Medicaid going to hang over Republicans in the midterms based on what you've learned?
It's a proof point. It's a political proof point that's not going to be easy to shake.
Do they need to reframe this? Because the president says we're not cutting anyone's Medicaid. We're getting able-bodied adults back to work.
Yeah, just basically, it's basically, basically he said, she said, that's what's going to be next year. The Democrats obviously are going to try to favor it in terms of their favor, and the Republicans in terms of theirs. I think it's a problem politically. It doesn't mean necessarily from a policy perspective, it is necessarily the wrong decision. By the way, I'm no policy person. I'm just saying as an example, but it will weigh politically in a negative way for Republicans in the next year.
How important is the roadshow here? The administration has made clear that they're getting on airplanes. They're going to major cities. They're going to red and blue states to try to sell the bill. Remembering what Barack Obama said after Obamacare, I wish I had taken the time to explain it to people more.
Yeah, it really reminds you of the ACA, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The ACA, the Barack administration left a vacuum there. The Republicans obviously were able to fill it at the time, fill it in a negative way. There's still sort of this negative anchor to it, even though people agree with many of the specifics of the bill. The Republicans really need to go on the offensive to fill that vacuum before the Democrats can. And obviously the midterms will define the timing of that.
In our remaining moment with Cliff Young, I want to ask you about Benjamin Netanyahu visiting the White House today, because you were running numbers on how Americans felt about strikes against Iran, about reaching peace in the Middle East. They're talking about a potential ceasefire with Hamas. This is something that would be pretty important for the president's story here.
Yeah, I think it would be a very important proof point. We know, based upon not just polling today, but over the last few years, that especially younger Americans don't like military intervention. They don't like that muscular foreign policy that we've had historically. This would be good to shore up, at least in part, the administration with that also important segment. I think it would be a huge win if they were able to do that.
Fascinating. We'll talk about this more with our political panel ahead. Cliff Young, public affairs president at Ipsos, with fresh numbers for us here on the regular on Balance of Power. We always love having your research as part of our conversation. Cliff, thank you. Great to see you.
It's great to be here.
Hope you had a great 4th of July. It's on to the second half of the year. Is that crazy to say out loud?
It's going so fast.
It really is. We're trying to keep up. We'll have Rick and Jeannie straight ahead next with our signature panel on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News Brief, 89 known dead right now in the Texas flood disaster. That includes 27 campers and counselors at Camp Mystic along the Guadalupe River. 11 missing. Senator Ted Cruz.
The children, the little girls who were lost at Camp Mystic. That's every parent's nightmare. Every mom and dad. Last week, we were picking up our daughter from camp here. Our girls have gone to camp here for a decade.
CBS's Nancy Cordes says the White House is urging trade partners to come to terms.
So it's basically a warning or a threat, if you will, to other countries. Send us your best offer, cut a deal with us, sign on the dotted line, or you are going to see your tariff rates increase.
CBS's Camilo Montoya Galvez says there's a new development in the administration's immigration crackdown.
It will terminate the temporary protective status programs for immigrants from Honduras and Nicaragua. Their legal status and deportation protections will lapse and expire starting in early September.
CBS News.
The data that matters for your investments.
Shares of banks across the board are gaining.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
NVIDIA, once again, the top dog.
Tesla's really taking a hit this morning.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
Wind and solar stocks on the move.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
The biggest one-day decline since 2010.
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
Audiences are calling Can't Look Away a must-watch documentary of 2025. Based on investigative reporting by Bloomberg's Olivia Carville, filmmakers Perry Peltz and Matt O'Neill confront tech giants, exposing how social media is addicting our kids and impacting mental health.
You say goodnight and you think your kids are safe.
These are children that have been addicted by these apps.
Every parent in America is terrified.
Stream Can't Look Away now on Jolt.film. That's JOLT.film. Watch today.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump teased a call with China today or tomorrow about a possible TikTok deal. But now we're learning TikTok is building a new version of its app for U.S. users ahead of a planned sale to a group of investors. That's according to the information, which says it's set to hit app stores on September 5th. The price of oil is down after OPEC Plus agreed to increase production by more than expected next month. The increase raises the risk of an oversupply at a time when traders are already worried tariffs could be a drag on world demand. But the cartel is banking on the market absorbing the extra barrels because of summer demand. And Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida has closed several iconic attractions to make room for a brand new land. Frontierlands, Rivers of America, Tom Sawyer Island, and the Liberty Square Riverboat shut down today at the Magic Kingdom to make way for a national park-themed area called Piston Peak. It'll be set within the Cars world and will be the park's largest expansion since opening. Monica Ricks, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Masters in Business podcast, my conversation with Citi Wealth's Chief Investment Officer, Kate Moore.
I did a bunch of strategy consulting projects, things you would expect, including some cool stuff in the media space, just at the time where the internet was becoming popular and some of these websites like Amazon that we take for granted were getting launched. So I learned a lot about media and e-commerce in those early stages at Mitchell Madison. But Mitchell Madison, for those of you who may recognize it, went through a merger with US Web CKS, which was a technology consulting firm. The combined entity got rebranded as March 1st, which was the date that the deal was inked. Kind of a weird marketing decision on that part. But, the business started to change and a number of the partners broke off and started Silver Oak, which focused on leveraged buyout firms. Now, here's what was really cool. I wasn't doing work for, let's say, the LBO in master form, but rather a collection of the companies in the portfolio at the same time, trying to find synergies. There were things that are traditional around sourcing, but things that were maybe less traditional around finding strategic combinations. And I had a great opportunity to get exposed to a lot of different industries. From traditional manufacturers to telecom companies, financial services, and everything in between. And I have to say, Barry, that experience, working for these kind of small and mid-sized LBO-owned companies really set me up well for understanding and investing in a broad array of equities.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Masters in Business podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are off session lows, still looking at losses. Back to work Monday with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Stocks are falling, the dollar rising as President Trump says the U.S. will impose a 25% tariff on imports from Japan and South Korea, sinking currencies of both nations. Following a rally to records, S&P 500 index now down by about 0.8%, have been down by roughly 1% a few minutes ago. So right now the S&P down 49 at 62.29, the Dow down 462, a decline of 1%, NASDAQ down 163 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop now of 0.8%. The 10-year at 4.38% with the 2-year currently yielding 3.88%. Gold down 0.3%, down $10 the ounce, 33.26, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.3%, 67.91 on WTI. As we have been reporting, as you heard first, right here on Balance of Power, the U.S. is going to impose 25% tariffs on imports from Japan. As for what it means for markets, Ben Laidler is head of U.S. equity strategy at Bradesco Securities UK.
I'm not a bear on the US. I think the US is fine, but I am looking for much more average returns out of the US, these sort of typical 10% levels, not the twice that we've got used to in the last couple of years. And I think the rest of the world looks pretty good here. You still, in most of the world, have this sort of double equity and FX discount. The weaker dollar's clearly helping. And I think some of these countries have real silver linings to a potential restart of this tariff war.
Ben Laidler of Bradesco Securities UK. CoreWeave is buying Core Scientific in an all-stock deal worth about $9 billion that will allow it to expand its AI data center capacity. CoreWeave down by 3.2%. Shares of Core Scientific, they are plunging 16.9%. Recapping, stocks lower, President Trump making it official, saying the U.S. will impose 25% tariffs on imports from both Japan and South Korea. S&P down 50 now, drop there of 0.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, connecting the dots between Washington and Wall Street today. The minute these letters went out, markets tumbled to their lows of the day. If you want to read them, they're on Truth Social. You find out just like everybody else. The president not even adding his own commentary here, but slapping up letters to Japan and South Korea. Now, it took me a minute. You were with us live when they posted it. Super tiny font I'm trying to read. I realized they're the same letter. Same letter went out to both countries. So much for the bespoke approach here at the Trump administration. They both open by referring to the U.S.'s significant trade deficit with, quote, your great country. Nevertheless, the president writes, we have decided to move forward with you, but only with a more balanced and fair trade. Therefore, we invite you to participate in the extraordinary economy of the United States, #1 market in the world by far. As we discuss our trade relationship, in this case, Japan, I'm reading the letter to Japan, we will charge Japan a tariff of only 25% on any and all Japanese products sent into the U.S., separate from all sectoral tariffs. And then there's a threat for another layer. Please understand the 25% number is far less than what is needed to eliminate the trade deficit. And if you respond, we're going to add another 25%. One goes to the prime minister of Japan, the other to the president of the Republic of South Korea, followed by our favorite. Thank you for your attention to this matter! Exclamation point. With best wishes, I am sincerely Donald J. Trump. Let's assemble our panel as we watch the markets respond to this in real time. By the way, more letters are going out. He said 12 to 15 letters. Could be Tuesday, could be Wednesday, which is the actual deadline, Wednesday, the 9th of July. We're not waiting. Rick and Jeannie are back together following the long holiday weekend. Bloomberg Politics contributors, Jeannie Shanzano, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick Davis, Republican strategist, partner, Stone Court Capital. Great to see you both. Jeannie, are we going to get 90 deals in 90 days? Because that would all have to happen in the next 48 hours.
Yeah, they keep extending this deadline. And Joe, it sounds like you're going to be reading a lot more of that tiny font if we get 12 to 15 more letters in the next few days. So get ready. And I love how they put in the one to Japan, only 25%, which was a nice addition. It's like, that's very low. The problem for me with Trump's tariff policy, or what I see as lack thereof, has been the incoherence as to what is the goal. And again, you heard over the weekend, Scott Bessent, it sounds like it's a negotiating strategy, these letters going out. And yet, if it's a negotiation strategy, it cannot be to reshore. And, if it is to raise revenue, that is a whole nother ball of wax. So what is the president doing? Why is he doing it? These remain fundamental questions, and the deadlines just keep shifting. So I'm not sure people are going to pay much attention to the August 1 deadline.
I'm confused on August 1 here. Rick, maybe you are too. The timeline appears to have shifted. Scott Bessent says letters go out. Now we need a deal by the 1st of August. But then, of course, we had the deadline on Wednesday and letters are going out today. This is pretty difficult to understand. Is it effective trade policy?
Yeah, I don't know if it's understandable. In other words, I don't think, as long as the White House doesn't seem committed to any deadlines, then I don't think the countries that are receiving these demand letters or tweets in some cases, true social policy making, that they're taking it very seriously. It's hard to tell how much revenue you're going to pick up in the course of 2024 if you're not sure what your levies are going to be at any given month and how far they're going to be rolled back. So I do think there's sort of this fog over the tariff policy at this point where people are going to start saying, I'll believe it when I actually see it go into effect. And that's kind of the taco trade on Trump again. You hate to pick on these, cute little sayings, but I think today is probably going to resurrect the taco trade. So the reality is, you've got a couple here and more to come, and 100 form letters to go to everybody else who was on the original list of reciprocal tariffs, and we'll just see what ultimately happens. I wouldn't be surprised to see some countries doing their own reciprocal increases, but at this stage, you kind of just let Trump be Trump and play it out. And, at the end of some period of time, you'll add it all up and wonder whether there really ever was a tariff policy.
Wow, that's saying a lot. And yes, we'll let you know if more letters go out. Maybe they'll all be the same letter with a different heading. The president, of course, is basking in the glow of this big bill signing, Rick and Jeannie. It actually happened. While everyone was off enjoying their 4th of July, the president signed the Big Beautiful Bill Act into a big, beautiful law. And there were a lot of questions about how, of course, this is going to play politically, how the White House sells this now that it's done. This thing is so big that most people don't know everything that's in it at almost 1,000 pages. President talked about this at the signing. Let's go to the South Lawn on the 4th of July. Listen.
The stock market's at an all-time high. Jobs are at an all-time high. Everything's at an all-time high. And we're going to keep it that way. We have the greatest country in the world, and we're back. We're back like nobody thought possible this quickly. I thought it would take maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe even 3. And we did it in less than 6 months.
Jeannie, the stock market, he says, all-time high. That was actually true. Jobs at an all-time high. Maybe not exactly. He says everything is at an all-time high. There are worries that inflation might also be at an all-time high as we continue to add to the national debt. How does the president message this, knowing that the midterms are creeping up so quickly?
Yeah, he didn't mention another thing at the all-time high, which is the deficit that he added to. But setting that aside, I think we're going to hear, number one, Donald Trump is probably the only Republican out there talking about this bill as being this amazing, great bill. Well, maybe Mike Johnson as well, but there's no real distance between those two. Every other Republican is sort of hiding their face and running from it. I think the way they're going to sell it is they're going to pick off the good parts as they see them. So that would be the investment in the border and immigration. That would be the investment in defense. And that would be some of the populist tax rates and the tax cuts that they put into place. They also did a really tricky thing, which is they put off the reductions in Medicaid and SNAP until after the 2026 midterm election. And they front loaded all of the giveaways, whether it's the child tax credit, which is a good idea, the baby bonds, the no taxes on tips. So they are obviously looking at 2026 and hoping they can get through it before the Medicaid cuts come in. And for Democrats, this is going to be an issue of how do you make the case that Medicaid is being cut when those cuts don't hit until after the election. That is going to be really challenging for Democrats. They're going to have to use a message of betrayal, and they're going to have to try to pick up some of those clips of Elon Musk and Josh Hawley and Lisa Murkowski and Tom Tillis talking about how bad this thing is and play them ad nauseum.
We're going to talk more in the program with Rick and Jeannie about Elon Musk's new political party that he's apparently launching. But Rick, we spent so much time talking about how difficult this would be, if not impossible, how the bill may have been going off the rails. Duly noted, you told us last week that the momentum was undeniable at a certain point, but I'm wondering how you're looking at this, having spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill in your career. Did this simply come down to a referendum on Trump?
Yeah, this was Trump getting what Trump asked for, even though he never got into the legislative weeds on each particular policy. This is the big, beautiful bill that he deemed necessary to not allow a huge tax cut, which was the motivating factor. His 2017 tax cuts would have expired by the end of this year, and get a lot of other things done, including a massive debt ceiling increase, which a lot of people 6 months ago would have never given him credit to being able to get done, considering how many people in his own party opposed it. So you got to give the credit to the guy. I mean, he really never blinked, left it to John Thune and Speaker Johnson to do the hard work of legislative crafting, and he got a huge victory. I do wonder, scratch my head and think, was this, sort of Congress signing their own political death warrant, or is it early enough that they can get out there and define how this is going to actually positively impact people based on, what they've said was good about it. So it's, a year from now is a long time to be thinking about a political cycle that's going to be impacted by this bill. Remember, Newt Gingrich's contract for America was 4 months before the election and defined the outcome of a midterm. And this is a long way off to make any big calculations politically.
Great perspective on this. Jeannie, when you consider the cuts to Medicaid and the warning that Donald Trump made to lawmakers when he went to Capitol Hill months and months ago at the outset of the crafting of this bill, remember, he said, "Don't F with Medicaid," was the leak from people who were in the room. Is that something that will come back to haunt him?
Sure. Democrats will try to use that against him and against whoever they're running for in their districts and states. The problem for the Democrats has been going on for a long time. And that is that the Republicans and Donald Trump's latest big, beautiful bill is an example of this, have passed truly regressive pieces of legislation. They are bad for the working class and they are much better for the wealthy. But that hasn't hurt them at the ballot box. In fact, they've been doing better than ever with the working class, and hence those populist tax cuts we were talking about. And so the Democrats have got to figure out a way to message the fact that this bill is regressive, that Donald Trump has done what the worst case scenario, which is tell them one thing and do something else behind their back when he got to Washington, D.C. That's going to hurt them. But quite frankly, I am not particularly hopeful that Democrats will do that successfully, because so far it has not been a winning message from Democrats. And so if they can show they've been betrayed, it may help them in 2026. But as Rick mentioned, it's a long way off, and Democrats' messaging on this issue has not been good. Nobody is better at this point in politics at speaking to the working class than Donald Trump. They've got to figure out a way to show that he betrayed them by talking about something nobody wants to think about, which is the ins and outs of legislation.
Rick, we've got less than a minute. What's the strategy here if you take this to the people to sell it? Does Donald Trump need a bus tour? Does he do a bunch of rallies or hire new surrogates, draft new voices to sell this bill?
Yeah, I think the onus will actually be on Congress. All of these members have got to hit the hustings and go home and sell it, which means they're going to have to do things that they don't like doing, which is to go do town halls and to put on events that, expose them to criticism.
Get ready for the town halls. We'll be talking about them with Rick and Jeannie. They'll be back, of course, our great panel in our second hour as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation. We need to get to the America Party. Elon Musk says he's pulling the trigger on this. Donald Trump, skeptical. In fact, he's got a lot more to say about the head of Tesla. We'll get into that ahead on Bloomberg.
The breaking news out of Washington is constant.
President Trump signed his tax bill into law.
New tariff warnings for BRICS-aligned nations.
And Bloomberg has the experts to bring you every angle.
President Trump lashing out at Elon Musk.
We're about to bring you to the north lawn of the White House.
Breaking political headlines from the team that knows D.C.
House Speaker Mike Johnson joins us now.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump teased a call with China today or tomorrow about a possible TikTok deal. But now we're learning TikTok is building a new version of its app for U.S. users ahead of a planned sale to a group of investors. That's according to the information, which says it's set to hit app stores on September 5th. The price of oil is down after OPEC Plus agreed to increase production by more than expected next month. The increase raises the risk of an oversupply at a time when traders are already worried tariffs could be a drag on world demand. But the cartel is banking on the market absorbing the extra barrels because of summer demand. And Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida has closed several iconic attractions to make room for a brand new land. Frontierlands, Rivers of America, Tom Sawyer Island, and the Liberty Square Riverboat shut down today at the Magic Kingdom to make way for a national park-themed area called Piston Peak. It'll be set within the Cars world and will be the park's largest expansion since opening. Monica Ricks, Bloomberg Radio.
The names that matter to global Wall Street are on Bloomberg Radio.
I think technology drives everything. And the question is, whose technology? What's their vision?
Economics Nobel Prize winner and MIT professor Simon Johnson on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Focus on inclusive prosperity. How are you getting more good jobs created for more people?
For the biggest names in economics, listen weekday mornings at 7 Eastern at your number one source for business news. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
Stay connected with Bloomberg wherever you are with Bloomberg Podcasts. On Everybody's Business, the big, beautiful bill and the U.S. enters its middle-aged man era. On Here's Why President Trump's trade deals are so different this time. And on Odd Lots, how you get and actually keep a job at a multi-strat hedge fund. Listen to Bloomberg Podcasts on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
Get instant access to the financial and political news of Europe every business day.
We watch sterling now shooting up.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak Europe Edition.
The European Central Bank's fight to tame inflation isn't over.
Available now on your podcast feed each weekday morning by 7 a.m. in London. Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
A cautious ECB.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe Edition today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
I always had to be so good, no one could ignore me. Carve my path with data and drive. But some people only see who I am on paper. The paper ceiling, the limitations from degree screens to stereotypes that are holding back over 70 million stars. Workers skilled through alternative routes rather than a bachelor's degree. It's time for skills to speak for themselves. Find resources for breaking through barriers at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. Live from Washington, D.C., This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
The letters are in the mail. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power as the Trump administration sends letters to both Japan and South Korea announcing new 25% tariffs on their goods. With more to follow, according to the White House. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Welcome indeed to the Monday edition. Kaylee, there's a lot we don't know about this, and the president is threatening another layer. If these two countries retaliate, another 25%, and we've got, 88 more countries to deal with?
Yeah, there's a lot of them, though we might not get letters pertaining to all of them today.
Yeah,
the president had suggested something like 12. So far, we've gotten 2, and it's the same tariff rate for both of 25%. And to your point, Joe, his warning is if these countries consider raising their own tariffs against U.S. products in retaliation, he will just add that on to the 25% already in place, though the administration is leaving open here through this letter a suggestion that a deal still could be made by August 1st if they open their markets to the U.S. and eliminate tariff and non-tariff barriers, which is the work that's already been underway since Liberation Day back in April.
We've decided to move forward with you is the line that is in both of these letters. By the way, they're identical, and they appear to be written by Donald Trump. If you read his stylings on Truth Social, it looks somewhat familiar. Kaylee, but there are a lot of questions about what will happen between now and Wednesday. And I guess that's not even a deadline anymore because the administration is looking to August 1st now to get these deals wrapped up.
Yeah, despite the president's suggestion just last week that the July 9th deadline wasn't one that is going to be moved, it does seem that we're circling a new date on the calendar, and other administration officials from the Commerce Secretary to the Treasury Secretary have backed that up as well. So I don't know how much this Wednesday is going to bring excitement, July 9th, but August 1st, the next date we're looking forward to.
We'll get an update live from the White House. Tyler Kendall is there. We're going to sort this out a bit with Sarah Bianchi as well. But, Wall Street is watching this, not loving what it's seeing, Kaylee.
Indeed, Wall Street is. And Charlie Pellet is watching Wall Street. So let's go to him now, live in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Indeed, losses across the board. We are certainly keeping an eye on what is happening with tariffs and U.S. markets. We got you covered here on Balance of Power, right to the numbers here, because we're looking at just about lows of the session. In fact, on the S&P down 57 right now. That's a decline of 0.9%. Dow now down by 510 points, lower by 1.1%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is down 198, lower by 1%. The 10-year 4.37%, with the 2-year that's currently yielding 3.88%. Gold down $8 the ounce, down 0.2%, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, 67.66 for a barrel of WTI. Certainly the catalyst for the sell-off last hour. Stocks falling, dollar rising as President Trump says the U.S. will impose a 25% tariff on imports from Japan and South Korea. And that is sinking currencies of both nations. We're also keeping an eye on Tesla shares. A lot of developments involving Tesla and Elon Musk over the weekend. Tesla right now down 7.5%. Musk announcing that he is forming a new political party, digging deeper into a pursuit that has been a drag on his most valuable business. Again, Tesla selling off, down now by 7.4%. Recapping, stocks lower. S&P down 57, drop there of 0.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. And great to have Charlie Pellet here on the Monday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you for joining us as well. The letters, as we've mentioned, are going out starting today. We've got 2 of them, having the White House promised that at noon today, letters would be going out to our trading partners announcing new tariffs if deals were not in place. We have Japan, we have South Korea. 25% tariffs on both. The president yesterday on his way back into town talked about how more would be going out imminently. Listen.
Sending letters out on Monday having to do with the trade deals. It could be 12, maybe 15. Some will go out on Tuesday and Wednesday, and we've made deals also. So we're going to have a combination of letters, and some deals have been made. I think we'll have most countries done by July 9th. Yeah. Either a letter or a deal.
So far, no deals announced today, but yes, 2 letters have been received by the governments of Japan and South Korea, respectively, and posted on Truth Social. So let's get the latest now live from the White House, where we find Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall. So Tyler, Japan and South Korea, obviously a starting point today, but what else could we see coming down the pike?
Yeah, hey, Kaylee. Well, President Trump has said that we could expect 12 to 15 countries to get these letters. And we're sort of watching 3 different scenarios here that could unfold over the next week. We could see some framework agreements announced, similar to how we saw with Vietnam, for example, President Trump announcing that 20% tariff, though we should note that there were negotiators in Washington over the weekend as they iron that out. Then we could see some of these countries, instead of getting perhaps the letter, they would be given a more tangible extension when it comes to negotiating, since the White House would say that they are negotiating in good faith. And the last bucket would be those countries that could see their tariff rates essentially dictated to them. Perhaps this would be those smaller countries that are already facing that 10% baseline tariff from those Liberation Day levels and aren't really expecting to see much movement going forward there. It is interesting, though, that the 2 countries that he prioritized to send these letters to are actually 2 countries that the White House has been prioritizing for talks. Japan and South Korea have long been at the top of the list when it comes to negotiations for multiple reasons, including that the administration has said that they came early and often with concessions to the table, but also because strategically they are geographically close to China. So it's interesting to see here sort of President Trump's frustration with these countries moving forward. Now, we should note that 25% tariff, that's 1 percentage point higher than what Japan was facing on April 2nd, but it is that same level that South Korea was ultimately given. And just for final thoughts on these letters, one, we should watch the transshipment of goods. This seems to be a theme when it comes to the administration saying that they will threaten higher tariffs for those. But then second, also the retaliation. President Trump, Joe and Kelly, writing in these letters that if either of these countries retaliate, he will just tack on their tariff on top of that 25% rate, which means that these levies could keep going up.
Boy. Tyler, it gets to be difficult to understand, or as Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis said earlier, that's because it may not be understandable. But we're now looking at a new deadline of August 1st. Howard Lutnick, who was standing right next to Donald Trump when he made those remarks that we just played on the tarmac from earlier, confirmed that last night. So that is the new deadline?
That does appear to be that they are signaling that while the letters are going out this week, the levies aren't going to be enacted until August 1st, which would give us about a 3-week extension for these countries to make some sort of deal or face these tariff rates that President Trump is outlining. But we should say President Trump in his letter didn't explicitly say that, but that's sort of the indication that we've been getting from other senior administration officials, including Howard Lutnick, as well as the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Now, one that we're watching incredibly closely, of course, is the European Union, a country that at first wasn't being prioritized with the talks, but really seems to have this reversal in favor, with Ursula von der Leyen holding a direct phone call with President Trump last night to talk about perhaps a technical negotiation that we could see moving forward here. So a lot to track, a lot of uncertainty, but one thing's for sure, Joe and Kaylee, the administration wants to show some sort of forward progress. It just seems that the situation is pretty fluid.
Well, Tyler, another area in which the administration would like to see forward progress is on a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas, something I assume is going to be high on the agenda as President Trump greets the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House today for the 3rd time in 6 months. What should we expect from this evening's visit?
Right, exactly, Kaylee. I can tell you that security is incredibly tight here at the White House. It's very difficult to get in anticipation of this visit. Now, there's a few different things on the schedule, including that they will have this bilateral meeting, and then there will be a state dinner later on tonight. Now, the White House and President Trump in particular is pushing forward this 60-day ceasefire proposal, but it's meeting some resistance, although Israel has come out saying that it would support it and sent mediators to Qatar over the weekend, for example. So really, they're trying to show some sort of forward progress here when it comes to the negotiations. Perhaps we could get some sort of headlines. We know that the Israeli Prime Minister isn't just meeting with President Trump. He also has scheduled meetings with Steve Witkoff, of course, the special envoy, as well as Secretary of State Marco Rubio later on this afternoon.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the White House for us, where we'll be watching this evening's events and, of course, continuing to watch Truth Social to see if the president posts more letters that he's penned to various countries. Thank you so much. And obviously, while those matters do have the president's attention today, it has the attention of financial markets as well, Joe, as they try to figure out whether or not this is going to be another taco situation. If what was supposed to be a hard deadline of July 9th is now an August 1st deadline. It's a question of what is believable and what is not.
Well, we're taking him seriously, if not literally, I guess, in this case, to see the markets sink to lows immediately after those letters went out. You tend to think the market was hoping for news on a framework, not unlike what we saw with Vietnam last week. Even in the absence of details, it was at least a suggestion of progress. Now we're moving goalposts again. We've got letters threatening new tariffs. This is not a great recipe for stocks.
Yeah, so we want to get into this further as we turn to Sarah Bianchi, who, of course, was former deputy U.S. trade representative during the Biden administration. She's now senior managing director and chief strategist of international political affairs and public policy at Evercore ISI. Sarah, welcome back to Balance of Power. It's always great to have you on Bloomberg TV and radio. As we consider the shifting goalposts here and the letters that Japan and South Korea have just received that suggests August 1st, they'll face a 25% tariff unless some kind of deal can be reached by then. Do you think they see August 1st as a hard deadline, knowing it initially was supposed to be this Wednesday? What if it just keeps moving? What incentive do they have to deal with this administration?
Well, I think what is clear is that the administration is trying to send a signal to the countries where they don't believe that trade talks are going particularly well. Japan, we got some indication last week from Trump, has really gotten sideways a bit, largely because they, like South Korea, have very large percent of their import here into the United States are actually in sectoral. They're autos, they're steel. And the administration has been really, really slow to make any concessions in that area. And I think particularly for both those countries, it is very hard to take a deal back to their people that doesn't have some relief on autos and steel. So can they get that done by August 1st? That's a tall order, but either way, I think what the president is trying to signal is that, yeah, these deals, some of them are going well, but some are a little bit slower than we think and want, and we are looking for these countries to step up their offers.
What's the message that we send every time we delay the deadline?
Well, certainly the market has gotten a bit accustomed to the president coming in very, very tough on these deals, top line and then extensions. But the reality is, in this case, I expect that tariffs are actually going to go up from here. We have more sectoral tariffs to come in pharmaceuticals and semiconductors. Some of these countries, as we saw with Vietnam, are not going to land at 10%. So if we're at a weighted average of around 15% right now, the next arrow we think is up. Now, I don't believe that all of these tariffs are going to go into place. And I certainly don't believe Korea or Japan is long for this world at 25%, no matter what happens. But those who think that this is all just a noise, I do think should pay a bit more close attention because, again, I think we're going to have directionally higher tariffs from where we're at right now.
Well, and Sarah, to your point, the president has signaled that even that 25% rate could go higher if either of these countries chooses to retaliate. He'll just stack their retaliatory tariff rate on top of the 25%. Do you expect that to be an adequate deterrent? How do you expect Japan and South Korea to respond to this?
Well, I think that South Korea and Japan, first of all, they're slightly differently positioned here. South Korea just elected a new government, so they're really just trying to get their arms around all of this. But look, autos, steel, semis, these are really important issues in these countries. It's very, very hard for them to cut a deal that doesn't provide some relief there. And so while I think they are taking it seriously, I think they're a little bit stuck in terms of what they need. And so really with the reciprocal rate is not their biggest, it's not their most significant part of their trade, their exports here to the United States. So I think they're going to also try to hold tough too and get everything they can out of this.
Sarah, how much of this is a message to India, knowing that the White House has really talked about these three countries, South Korea, Japan, and India, as the most likely to announce deals? We've been hearing this for weeks. Today we get letters on South Korea and Japan. Is this a message to anyone in particular?
I don't think so. I think it's really a message to those two countries that the Trump administration is not satisfied where they are in this negotiating cycle. I think they're actually much closer to India. Now, some of these countries, we talked to lots of them, the leaders and companies, they are a bit frustrated. One of the reasons it's easier for India to get a deal is they have very, very high tariffs on the United States. So it's a little bit easier for India to give. So I actually think it's a good sign for India. But look, as we've always said, these trade deals are really hard. They're, the irritants in trade relationships, whether it's an ally or not, they are there for a reason. These are hard issues. So I think the reality is cutting this many deals this fast is just challenging. It's why even with Vietnam, who was very anxious to cut a deal, we've still seen very, very few details about precisely really what it looks like.
Well, Sarah, this brings me to the president's warning to the BRICS countries that he issued overnight, suggesting that any country aligning themselves with the anti-American policies of BRICS will be charged an additional 10% tariff. We just got the head of one of those countries, President Lula of Brazil, saying BRICS wasn't built to confront anyone as he speaks to reporters at the BRICS summit currently underway in Rio. But do you have a sense of what the president might mean when he says anti-American policies?
Yeah, we saw a little bit from the administration early on, where they came out talking about some currency issues on the BRICS. I think they're worried about the trading bloc, generally speaking, and it getting some traction. So this isn't the first time he's come out hard against them. We'll see how lasting this policy is, or exactly what he's trying to drive here. It's not a major component of his trade agenda. I would say, I think a lot of these countries should be, again, focused on what's coming on sectorals, whether it's pharmaceuticals or semiconductors, and, where they land on these deals. I think what we're seeing today is a president he's feeling pretty good about. Of the world. The markets have been pretty good. He's obviously had an impressive legislative achievement and some foreign policy successes. So I think he's trying to kind of caffeinate this exercise, which has languished a bit. These deals have been hard to get. He's looking to get some progress.
When you consider the voices in President Trump's ears right now, based on what you've seen in these letters and the rhetoric over the past couple of days, is he listening to Navarro and Lutnick or Scott Besson?
It's always very, very hard to say precisely who. Certainly Besson was out over the weekend. Lutnick was around. At the end of the day, it's the USTR that really has the technical skills to negotiate this. I think everybody's involved. But certainly somebody's got his attention who believes he's got some bandwidth here to be a little tough and to drive the deal he wants. Again, as we've seen, these do not always hold. It's a long way between now and August 1st, and so I'm not ready to say that everybody's going to get a high reciprocal rate. I think Vietnam did quite well for themselves. I think many other countries will as well.
Sarah, it's great to have you back. Sarah Bianchi with us from Evercore ISI. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. We'll assemble our political panel next. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are on the way right here only on Bloomberg. Make sure to subscribe in the meantime to the Balance of Power podcast on Apple, Spotify, anywhere else you get your podcasts. Watch us live right now on YouTube or Bloomberg Originals and listen anytime at Bloomberg.com.
Everything you love about Bloomberg Radio is now inside your car. The new Bloomberg Business app featuring Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. All your favorite Bloomberg Radio shows right on your dashboard. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
Join us in Atlanta or via live stream on August 12th for Bloomberg's Business Value of AI event and networking reception. This event will gather business and technology executives to share their experiences and provide insight into how to best use data to optimize the customer experience. You'll also learn how companies have successfully implemented AI agents that have led to improved productivity and profitability. This program is proudly sponsored by IBM. Register at bloomberglive.com/AI/Atlanta.
One question.
Here's why Iran is losing its influence.
One topic.
Here's why ESG isn't dead yet.
One succinct explanation.
Here's why trade wars are easier to start than finish.
Join Stephen Carroll for Here's Why, the podcast that takes one news story.
Here's why DeepSeek is a wake-up call.
And explains it in just a few minutes.
Here's why governments keep piling up debt.
Subscribe to Here's Why on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
On a recent edition of the Big Take podcast, Bloomberg's White House and government editor Mario Parker joins host Sarah Holder to discuss President Trump's recent legislative, military, and Supreme Court wins and how they're reshaping the scope of executive power in the United States.
Mario, I don't want to get too in the weeds here about the budget process, but there has been a lot of talk about reconciliation, which is what Republicans used to push this bill through. What is the reconciliation process and what is it traditionally used for?
Well, the reconciliation process, which isn't germane just to the Republicans to pass some of their key legislative issues. Joe Biden did it with his centerpiece legislative agenda and Democrats as well. But it's ostensibly supposed to be related to budgetary matters. Now, what we've seen with this bill play out, what we've seen in other administrations as well, is this requires someone called the parliamentarian to weigh in and see whether or not some of the measures in the bill adhere to the strictures of this budgetary process, right? So some of it takes creative writing on the part of the lawmakers. And then sometimes you just see, as what happened in several instances with this bill, some measures that are just very, very political on their face end up being taken out or stricken by the parliamentarian.
The CBO calculated that this bill will add over $3 trillion to the deficit.
Republicans argue that the CBO doesn't take into account the economic growth that will be spurred by many of the measures in this bill. Whether you disagree with that or not, that's been the Republican argument.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Big Take podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app with Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We're looking at losses on this back-to-work Monday, all about tariffs. With the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ declining, President Trump says the U.S. will impose a 25% tariff on imports from Japan and South Korea. That is sinking currencies of both nations. Stocks lower in the U.S., again, close to session lows, looking at a 50-point drop right now on the S&P, down just about 0.8%. The Dow down 456, down 1%. NASDAQ is down 172 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a decline right now of 0.8%. Our Mag 7 Index down 1.5%. Tesla certainly weighing on that index. Tesla now tumbling 7.5%. We got more on Tesla coming up in just a moment. The 10-year 4.38%, with the 2-year at 3.88%. Spot gold, little change, down 0.1%. The precious metal now at $33.32 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, $67.52 for a barrel of WTI. Apple is appealing a $580 million fine from the European Union, calling the penalty unprecedented, and the regulators required changes to its app stores, quote, unlawful. Apple shares down 1.6%. Again, recapping Tesla tumbling 7.5%. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Keeping an eye on Wall Street for us is here in Washington. Wall Street, of course, also on our minds in terms of their reaction to the president's threatening of new countries receiving new tariff levels, or at least existing countries that we already trade with getting levels of tariff set. We've already seen, of course, 25% for Japan and South Korea, and we're keeping an eye on what may come next, as the president has suggested about a dozen countries could ultimately be receiving letters today. But the president also is focused on matters here at home, including, of course, deploying FEMA and declaring an emergency after devastating flooding in Hill Country in Texas over the weekend that has claimed at least 80 lives, many of them children, as 27 campers and counselors have been confirmed dead at Camp Mystic in Texas, just outside Kerrville. And this is obviously a story that we're following closely here as we consider also the emergency preparedness and emergency response. We heard from the mayor of Kerrville, Joe Herring, about the tragedy over the weekend.
I need to tell my community and those families who are waiting, this will be a rough week. Primary search continues, and we remain hopeful every foot, every mile, every bend of the river.
Camp Mystic in Kerr County says it is grieving the loss now of 27 campers and counselors. Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary at the White House, just now updating the death toll to 91, up from over 80. The last time we spoke with Julie Fine, who joins us now, our Texas bureau chief, with us live from Dallas with the latest on this, having heard from this briefing and now the White House. Julie, we also have the threat of more bad weather. What are you hearing?
Well, first of all, we were told, and they have said in news conferences, that they did expect that number, sadly, to go higher. There were more than 40 people still unaccounted for as of yesterday. There are still 10 campers unaccounted for and 1 counselor. The weather is getting slightly better. I went through all the forecasts before I sat down here. The weather's getting slightly better, but there's just so much to deal with, and there's still a little bit of rain in the forecast later in the week. That search and recovery continues. Volunteers from all over the nation. There are federal and state resources as people continue the recovery effort. A lot ahead here, including figuring out exactly the best way to notify in the future. That will be a big focus here as the National Weather Service has gone through. The notifications went out. The question is, did people receive them? Obviously, in times like this, there is very limited internet. You're in a camp. Campers do not have their cell phones. They're going to have to figure out a much better system, obviously, moving forward. Joe and Kaylee.
Well, and Julie, that's what Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, is now addressing. She's pushing back on what she describes as falsehoods around the National Weather Service, which she describes as having had done its job, that their offices in Austin, San Antonio, conducted forecast briefings for emergency management in the morning, issued flood watches in the early afternoon, executing timely forecasts. Is there any evidence at this time, Julie, that there was any staffing or other issues that could be potentially pinned on this administration in terms of the ability of these agencies to respond to the unfolding disaster?
At this point, it does not appear that there is anything specific. There have been a few people that have left due to possibly taking early retirement, but the National Weather Service has really pushed back on anything saying the National Weather Service did its job. I do want to talk a little bit about here in Texas. There is some type of alert fatigue. I will tell you, you can get an alert almost on the daily here because of the weather, because of tornadoes. Also, one thing to note about the weather here, you can be expecting a tornado and then all of a sudden it moves 80 miles. All of this will be certainly looked at. I mean, Senator Ted Cruz saying that today, local officials saying they have to go through everything to make sure this doesn't happen again. There is a special session at the end of the month at the Texas legislature. It's not on the agenda right now. I will not be surprised if it's added and this comes up and they take a good look at emergency management notification systems.
Great reporting, Julie. We appreciate it so much. Julie Fine is our Texas bureau chief. As we keep an ear on the briefing here, we also should remind everyone that Senator Chuck Schumer is getting involved here. The Democratic leader in the Senate, Kaylee, is asking the Department of Commerce's acting inspector general to look into this very idea of staffing vacancies at the National Weather Service. But it does appear, based on the briefing we heard earlier, that the alerts, as you pointed out, were delivered. Whether you see an alert at 1 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning remains a very different question. Something we'll get into here with our political panel, along with some other topics that we're following today. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. And of course, Rick, our Republican strategist, a partner at Stone Court Capital. What's Chuck Schumer up to here, Jeannie? We want to be careful with this story because there is no evidence that staffing shortages led to this outcome.
That's right. He is trying to investigate if any of the cuts that we've seen to the Weather Service, whether during Biden's time, quite frankly, or during Trump's time, may have impacted what has happened in Texas. And he is right to do that. Of course, want to be very careful that you don't take resources away from recovery and helping out victims in order to do that. But it doesn't seem like that is happening. The other thing that should be looked into, quite frankly, and will certainly, is the impact of global warming on all of this and the weather we are seeing around the world and the country, which is impacting what we're seeing in places like Texas and, quite frankly, everywhere we look. And this is a Congress that should address that as well.
Well, we should also keep in mind that in addition to the actual cuts we have seen to NOAA and the National Weather Service, this is also a president, Rick, who is called for getting rid of FEMA. He wants to send essentially emergency response back to states individually, though FEMA has been mobilized to respond to what just happened in Texas. Do you expect the president to pivot on that effort?
Yeah, I think it's fair to just give a bit of a heartbeat to this issue before we've even really gotten through the recovery and phase. There are a lot of families that are wondering, why are we worrying about the weather when we have children and other members of their family at risk? Look, there's going to be a lot to talk about as a result of these kinds of really horrific situations, whether it's are we a 21st century country that can't get our, sort of weather act together? There's a lot to that puzzle that maybe some investment by the federal government could do with. And on top of that, some of these other issues on response are always going to be a case, but we need to let that response occur before we start, parsing what we're going to do about it in the future. And so I just think, with respect to the families in Texas that are affected by this disaster, that you don't want to try to over politicize it either on the right or the left at this stage.
Mm-hmm. Well, I appreciate your sentiment there, Rick. I think we all do here. We're still searching for the missing, and I guess that's why I wonder if it was a little early for the Democratic leader in the Senate to be kicking out a letter on this.
Yeah, I think that there's plenty to do without having to try and launch investigations and second guess, why it happened. We're still dealing with what happened. And until we get a handle on that and get ahead of that curve and respectfully handle this from the family's points of view, I think Congress would be better off, trying to get some of the nation's business done before they have to tackle what's going on, in Texas today. It doesn't mean that it's not the right thing to do. It's just probably, in my own view, the wrong timing to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's fair enough. And as we consider the spotlight that this could in the future put on efforts to trim down these kinds of response agencies, Jeannie, that is, of course, going to put a fresh spotlight on the work of the Department of Government Efficiency and on the individual who up until recently was running it, Elon Musk. I want to ask you separately, though, about an issue pertaining to Elon Musk, which is that he announced over the weekend that he's doing it, making a new party, the America Party, going to run against Republicans and Democrats. Jeannie, what kind of disruptive force could that be as we look ahead to 2026?
Yeah, Kaylee, I have to tell you, I had Ross Perot vibes via the 1990s. He announced on Larry King, and, this is an announcement on X. As far as I can tell, Elon Musk has not yet done any of the administrative things he would have to do to get this party kicked off. Surely he can do that. He's talking about 2026, interesting to me, not 2028. Of course, we've not really had third parties in this country that have succeeded. And the ones that have succeeded have had a very famous person like Elon Musk or Ross Perot at the top. The difference is Elon Musk cannot run for president constitutionally. He seems to acknowledge that with a focus on 2026. And so that's what he says he's going to do, is he's going to try to create this party and impact the Congress. Of course, in doing that, he can take away from both Democrats and Republicans, depending on what this party stands for, which is not clear to me at all beyond the issue of pro-free trade, anti-spending.
Mm-hmm. Rick, we've only got about a minute left. People have approached you before to start new political parties, to launch candidacies that were outside of the Democratic and Republican circles. There's a reason why this tends not to work. What would be your answer today?
Yeah, look, we have a history of a two-party country here. The structures that we have in states and federally are geared toward a two-party system, and it's a binary outcome. There's winners and losers. When you start introducing third parties into the equation, you really start to mix up what that calculus is. Elon Musk got plenty of money to get on the ballot. No Label got on 19 federal ballots, with, about $60-70 million. That's chicken scratchings to Elon Musk. So he can actually get there. The question is, what are the consequences of fielding candidates in a three-way race?
Well, especially for Tesla shareholders as well. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our political panel, thank you so much. Just some quick headlines out of the White House. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, says Trump will be signing an order delaying reciprocal tariffs until August 1st. We'll have the details ahead on Bloomberg.
CBS News Brief. The death toll from the flooding in Texas has now reached at least 90, many of them from a children's camp. Senator Ted Cruz.
The children, the little girls who were lost at Camp Mystic. That's every parent's nightmare.
The Trump administration is stepping up the pressure on trading partners to sign new tariff deals, as Nancy Cordes reports.
12 to 15 letters are going to go out to countries beginning today, putting them on notice that if they don't start to finalize their deals with the United States, they are going to be hit with much higher tariffs.
Japan and South Korea have been notified of 25% tariffs on their goods. Israel's prime minister will meet later at the White House with President Trump to discuss the way ahead in Gaza. Analyst Aaron David Miller.
There's a better chance than ever now, since early this year, to actually reach another incremental interim deal.
Trump has made it clear he wants the conflict to end soon. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
Bloomberg Surveillance, your home for insight on international relations. With guests like Yale Law School senior fellow Stephen Roach.
China is still heavily dependent on exports.
Brown University professor Wendy Schiller.
The president cannot just create immigration law.
And Nicholas Burns, former U.S. ambassador to China.
We have to count on our allies, and we have to be respectful of our allies.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern. On YouTube, the Bloomberg Business app, and always on Bloomberg Radio.
The global leader in business and financial news is now live on YouTube.
The live chat yesterday was very kind.
Watch Bloomberg Radio all day.
There are no such things as slow news days.
For market news, conversation, and insight from Bloomberg's signature radio shows, Surveillance, Bloomberg Intelligence, Balance of Power, and Business Week.
This story is among our most read.
Bloomberg Radio. Watch us every business day live on YouTube. Go to the Bloomberg podcast page and click on the live feed. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Beer is having a bad year. Sales are down for big beer brands as more people cut back on alcohol or switch to canned cocktails or non-alcoholic options. But it looks like Michelob Ultra is a bright spot. U.S. store sales up more than 3% in the 12 weeks ending June 14th compared with the same time period last year. Amazon's extended Prime Day this year to 4 days. It starts tomorrow and could drive record sales. Last year, Adobe Analytics reports Prime Day sales were up 11% to $14.2 billion. Joe and the Juice may become a public company. Its private equity owner, General Atlantic, is reportedly exploring an initial public offering of the coffee and juice chain as early as next year. The company could be worth as much as $2.4 billion. And it's only July, but Coresight Research says back-to-school spending is expected to increase 3.3% this year to more than $33 billion. Potential tariffs are pushing shoppers to spend a little earlier than usual. Monica Ricks, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Lori Calvasina, RBC Capital Markets.
If I think back to my most recent trip to Canada, seeing investors up there, it was a very different trip than what I had back in December and what I had back in February, when I would say the conversations were pretty much all about tariffs. You talked to a lot of global investors in Canada who are always sort of thinking about countries and comparing them. And, we heard plenty of conversation about tariffs on this last trip, but there was also a lot of emphasis on AI and productivity in the US. And people were actually starting to talk about some non-tariff related things. And I know that sounds a little bit shocking, but I would say it was not as negative a vibe as what I had seen earlier in the year or late last year.
What screens well for you guys? I don't know if it's a particular sectors of the market or factors in the market, but what screens well for you? Because this market doesn't look cheap to me at all.
No, it doesn't. If you look at a cap-weighted, market cap-weighted S&P 500 PE, it's at 25 times again, which is getting close to kind of, the typical highs. You have a little bit more room to go back to past highs if you look at equal weighted S&P. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're started to see, kind of the momentum trade breaking down was kind of the big talk before my day off. That was the big talk on the trading floor about how the momentum trade was breaking down. And I do think it's because in part of that valuation differential. I would say, Paul, on sectors, one thing that screened well to us that we have actually upgraded recently, I understand it's getting hit pretty hard today. And I think some of that's on tariff angst, but the materials sector, my analysts in the materials space were pretty uniformly bullish across the board.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we continue to trade very close to session lows. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the red. Back to work Monday. Stocks are falling. The dollar is rising as President Trump says the U.S. will impose a 25% tariff on imports from Japan and South Korea. That is sinking currencies of both nations. The S&P now at 62.23. It is down 56 points, a decline of just about 0.9%. The Dow down 515, down 1.1%. NASDAQ down 195 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop now of almost 1%. Our Mag 7 Index down 1.5%, certainly being weighed down by Tesla shares. Tesla tumbling 7.4%. The 10-year 4.38%. The 2-year 3.88%. Spot gold down $2.50 the ounce. Little change now, down under 0.1%, 33.34 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, 67.47 on WTI. And Bitcoin down 0.6%, holding just above $108,000. CoreWeave buying Core Scientific in an all-stock deal worth about $9 billion. It will allow it to expand its artificial intelligence data center capacity. Shares of CoreWeave down 3%. And shares of Core Scientific, they are plunging by just about 17%. So again, recapping, stocks are selling off. S&P down 56, drop there of 0.9%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pallett, live from New York, watching Wall Street, not impressed, Wall Street that is, with the letters that have gone out today. We've got 2 down, and it appears 10 to go, according to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. 2 tariff letters today, Japan and South Korea. She says 10 more are on the way. By the way, these threaten 25% tariffs on all goods imported from Japan and South Korea. And Kaylee, the president has put pen to paper now, forget the taco trade, actually officially extending the deadline on these trade deals or else tariffs from Wednesday, the 9th of July to now the 1st of August. So you wonder what Wall Street's worried about. We just perpetually delay the deadline.
Yeah, remember this deadline was after a 90-day extension was given. Now we're giving another, 3-week extension until August 1st with this order that the president will sign. It begs the question of what leverage the White House is really going to be working with here. If the people on the other side of the negotiating table may think, well, why can't we just bump this back again?
Yeah. Here we go again. 25%, by the way. You've read these letters. They're identical letters that went to South Korea and Japan. Is this a threat, or are they going into effect before August 1st?
August 1st is when they will go into effect.
This we
the
understand
president
to be
suggests that they could reconsider the terms in the letter if these countries lower their tariff and non-tariff barriers and open their markets to the United States.
Let's see what Jenny thinks about this. Jenny Welch is back with us here in studio, reporting for Bloomberg Economics, geoeconomics analyst. Great to see you, Jenny, and welcome back. So it's trade policy by letter and Truth Social. What does this mean when you hear the deadline moving to August 1st? And who's going to take that seriously as the goalposts keep moving?
Well, I think everyone's going to have to take it seriously because they don't know what higher options they might be facing if they don't, right? And I think what this suggests is that the challenge the Trump administration is facing in negotiating all these deals by their self-imposed 90-day deadline was laid out earlier. In particular with Japan, which is one that the Trump administration has since the beginning, since Liberation Day, been touting as ahead of the pack on negotiating a trade deal. Every month or so, we hear about a potential deal coming with Japan, and they haven't been able to clear the barrier. And what's probably at play there are the sectoral tariffs, which don't get referenced in these letters, other than the fact that the 25% rate is applied to everything but, for example, autos, which is Japan's main area of concern.
Well, but to your point on Japan, having been described as one of the countries that we were most likely potentially to see a deal with first, does that suggest to you that when the president, now the press secretary is saying this in the briefing as well, that there will be, that they're close on additional trade deals? Who would they be close with if it's not a country like Japan?
Well, take it with a grain of salt, right? Because we've heard all of this before. We've been here before. But some of the other main trading partners that the Trump administration says they're close with include Taiwan, Indonesia, India, and Pakistan have also been talked about. Now, to be clear, we weren't sure that we were negotiating with Pakistan until President Trump himself said that a trade deal was coming. So what will be the framework of a deal remains unclear. Even the EU, which has long been one we've considered to be one of the more complex deals, there's been some forward momentum. The EU has refrained from some of the reciprocal actions we worried that they could take, which would put them in a cycle. So President Trump said over the weekend that he was expecting additional deals to come. We think that any deals that do come would probably be more like the initial frameworks we saw with the UK rather than a fully fleshed out multi-chapter trade agreement.
So when we talk about these letters, and by the way, Caroline Levitt now saying that the 12 trade letters will all be coming today. So we'll have a sense of which countries are being selected here. How are we deciding on who gets letters? Does that suggest that they were initiating negotiations here? They got far enough down the road to justify a letter, or are we just throwing darts?
The categorization's been a little bit mixed because initially we thought the countries or trade partners that would get letters are the ones that the Trump administration either hasn't really talked with or felt haven't been putting enough on the table. And so they're just getting tariff rates dictated to them. Now with Japan and South Korea being in the mix, they've been talking continuously for months now. So I think it could be a pretty big mix of different major trade players.
All right. So clearly we still have a lot to learn here. But Jenny, we appreciate it as always. Jenny Welch, of course, is our senior geoeconomics analyst with Bloomberg Economics, joining us here in our Washington, D.C. studio. And we'll, of course, be watching the True Social feed of President Trump to see when these other letters come out. We've gotten two. We've got more to go until we get to a dozen, Joe. We'll be following that all day here on Bloomberg. But we know he may want to have things wrapped up by later this evening, as he is expecting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House for a bilateral meeting and state dinner around 6 p.m.
Caroline Levitt saying the president is still in contact with Iran on a deal. which I suspect will come up in this meeting, but this was supposed to be about a potential ceasefire with Hamas. We should know Benjamin Netanyahu on his third visit here to the White House, the only world leader who has had more than one.
Yeah, 3 visits in 6 months. So we want to get the perspective now from Natasha Hall. She's non-resident senior associate for geopolitics and the foreign policy department at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. She's here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. Nice to see you, Natasha.
Thank you for having
Always
me.
great to have you here on Balance of Power. As we consider first, let's just take the chances of a ceasefire agreement being reached between Israel and Hamas and what the president is going to be able to do to influence that outcome tonight, knowing he last week announced that Israel had agreed to a 60-day ceasefire. Apparently, it didn't really work out the way that he may have hoped. So how can that be advanced with this visit this evening?
Well, we've been here before,
Yeah.
many times before. And in fact, this time last year with President Biden, he had attempted something similar, basically saying Israel had already agreed to a ceasefire, only to have Netanyahu essentially say no. And so we're here again. And so I think it remains to be seen what's going to happen, what kind of leverage the president will actually apply to Netanyahu. But needless to say, billions of dollars in arms, diplomatic cover at the UN. I mean, the United States has a lot of leverage to bear if it wants to use it. And that's the big question.
When you go back to the Biden announcement, there was a subsequent Biden announcement. Remember, everyone was back to the table on that same deal. It was, I think, a 4-pronged agreement, and it began with a 60-day ceasefire. Is that still where we're starting in this conversation?
I mean, unfortunately, it does seem to be where we're starting. But this time around, because we've seen so many of these temporary ceasefires, Hamas is insisting that should there be a 60-day ceasefire, that immediately talks begin to permanently end the war, which I think is somewhat reasonable given we're nearly 2 years in right now. But it does appear that that would be the starting point.
Well, and how has Hamas's position been influenced by what we saw take place between Iran and the U.S. and Israel with the strikes we saw last month and now the truce that we are in? Is Hamas in a position to kind of hold a tough line here? Or are they more in a position to be willing to negotiate or to acquiesce to some of the demands of the Israelis?
Well, it takes one look at Gaza to see that Hamas is in a very weak position. I don't think it was getting much support from Iran anyways. I think that the critical issue was whether or not the strikes on Iran would actually lead Netanyahu to accept some kind of ceasefire deal and, end to the war, some kind of plan for the day after, which Israel has been very reluctant to discuss in any kind of meaningful way. But Hamas has sort of always been there and willing to negotiate. And I think that, the 3 points, the 3 sticking points that we saw over the weekend was about the very controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. It was about this permanent end to the war and Israeli troop withdrawals. And so these are the issues that Netanyahu has already said are unacceptable to him. And so, it remains to be seen. We're already hearing reports from Palestinian negotiators in Qatar that Israel sees a sticking point in just the free flow of aid into Gaza right now. So we're not in a really good position, I think, for Gaza, for Hamas, for Palestinians.
I wanted to ask you about humanitarian aid, food supplies, gas, the things that are needed inside Gaza. Will that be part of a ceasefire? Because it hasn't worked out at any stage of this process to the level that we have been promised.
So this is the thing that I'm really looking for, right? If we can't even get this into Gaza, then I'm very pessimistic at this point. We're seeing famine-like conditions. Hundreds of food distribution points across the Strip were closed for this Gaza Humanitarian, Foundation for distribution points, where we've seen 600 people killed just trying to get aid. So if we can't even see that, I think we have a real problem here. And the one thing that I would say is President Trump doesn't like bad optics. So that might propel him forward to actually push Netanyahu maybe behind the scenes, but I won't hold my breath.
Well, but to that point, Natasha, characterize their relationship right now, because especially when we saw Israel moving first on Iran, a lot of people said that was Netanyahu painting President Trump into a corner, basically acting not in conjunction with him, but ahead of him and making sure that the president was forced to go along ultimately. Is that how you kind of see this playing out right now?
So the way I see it is, again, President Trump doesn't like bad optics. Gaza was bad optics. I think, U.S. stealth bombers bombing Iranian nuclear sites made him look like a strong president, made him look like he was making things happen. And now we're sort of back to square one with Gaza. And so, I think that whatever we see in the days and weeks ahead, I think for both Netanyahu and for Trump, focusing on Iran is better for them politically, domestically, internationally, et cetera. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to find some kind of resolution to this war in Gaza. Otherwise, Israel's future looks pretty bleak too. There's a number of countries waiting to normalize with Israel. But again, there's this one sticking point. And, we know that President Trump wants the Nobel Peace Prize. So, maybe that's the incentive at the end of the day.
Well, it certainly could be. He also wants Gaza to be the Riviera of the Middle East, as he's said, displace everyone and build condos. How do you reach a peace deal or a ceasefire with respect to the people who live there when that's your point of view?
I mean, this is the big question beyond that 60-day ceasefire. And I think that's why Hamas wants to talk about that, because we did see reports earlier last week that there was some kind of consulting sort of assessment that dictated that, anyone who was displaced, about 500,000 people from Gaza out of 2 million, would get about $9,000 per person. So, I mean, this is a serious thing that's been on the table and continues to be on the table. So, I mean, that also needs to be worked out.
Well, the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, actually just addressed that question in the briefing. She says President Trump never mentioned a takeover of Gaza, but just rebuilding. So I guess perhaps it depends on how you're characterizing the Riviera of, what did he say? Riviera of the Middle East?
The Middle East, I
yes.
think.
Here. Finally, Natasha, we just have a minute left, but how heavily do you expect the question of Iran's outstanding nuclear capabilities to feature into their conversation tonight?
I think this is what Netanyahu wants to prioritize in this meeting. He wants to talk about the wins, but he also wants guarantees from the United States that if they have any kind of intelligence that Iran has continued its nuclear program covertly, that the United States will be there for them if they want to attack again. And maybe that could get Trump across the ceasefire line with Netanyahu in Gaza. But I think, again, remains to be seen, because this president has not been patient with peace deals either in Ukraine or Gaza or elsewhere. So the devil will be in the details.
That's right. Details are stubborn sometimes. In February, President Trump said that the U.S. would take over and own Gaza as part of that process.
Good reminder.
Natasha, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for coming in to talk to us today. We'll have a lot more on what comes from this visit at the White House. Natasha Hall, CSIS, and great experience and insight with us here, as always, on Balance of Power. We'll meet you back here 5 o'clock Eastern for the late edition.
Indeed, we will. In the meantime, Bloomberg Business Week Daily is straight ahead right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
The latest global headlines are now at your fingertips.
Subscribe to Bloomberg News now and get news when you want it on your schedule.
These are short audio reports that bring you the latest headlines with context.
Check in throughout the day for just a few minutes to stay on top of the latest news from around the world.
Bloomberg News Now is available 24 hours a day right on your smartphone.
Subscribe today on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
Bloomberg News Now. Context changes everything.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump has announced 25% tariffs on Japan and South Korea as other trading partners scramble now to negotiate trade agreements by Wednesday. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has suggested 3-week extensions may be available for countries struggling to meet that deadline. New rates wouldn't take effect till August 1st. Tesla shares are sliding down more than 7% today after CEO Elon Musk announced he's forming a new political party amid his beef with Trump. It's raising investor concerns over Musk's focus. And Walt Disney World has closed several iconic attractions to make room for a brand new land. Frontierland's Rivers of America, Tom Sawyer Island, and the Liberty Square Riverboat at Magic Kingdom shut down today to make way for a national park-themed area called Piston Peak. It's set in the Cars universe. Disney didn't disclose construction costs or when it could open, but this will be the park's largest expansion since opening in 1971. Monica Ricks, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, where the experts come to listen. Ariel Cohen, Atlantic Council.
I'm listening every morning when I'm driving into Washington, D.C. You're terrific.
Representative David Schweikert.
One of the reasons I love Bloomberg is I'm allowed to geek out.
Jared Bernstein, former White House Council of Economic Advisors Chair.
I was driving around, I put on your show. I learned 5 things in about 3 minutes.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and always on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
The business news of Australia is more important than ever. Australia is a leader in renewable energy and critical minerals, and its strong global ties and resilient economy make it a prosperous trading nation. I'm Rebecca Jones. Join me and my team of reporters every week for the Bloomberg Australia podcast. Get an insider's look into the biggest Australian stories, all in under 15 minutes. The Bloomberg Australia podcast. Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The data that matters for your investments.
Almost every stock in the S&P 500 is in the red.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
Oil stocks in particular on the move.
Robinhood, this was an all-time high.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
Jefferies upgraded the stock to buy.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
Micron in the after hours. What's going on?
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
I'm Scarlett Johansson. My family relied on public assistance to help provide meals for us. These meals fueled my involvement in theater and the arts as a child, which fostered my love for acting. The Feeding America network of food banks helps millions of people put food on the table. You can join the movement to end hunger by donating, volunteering, and advocating. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Very good afternoon, everyone, live on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stenevec. Emily Griffeo is in for Carol Masser this afternoon. She is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio for the next hour. Emily, how are you?
I'm doing well. I enjoyed my 4th of July holiday, but I'm ready to be back here in the office with you.
Okay, well, I hope you're ready. I hope you ate your Wheaties this morning because we got a big program coming up. Trade, of course, is our focus. Stocks are lower. The dollar did rise as President Trump said the U.S. will impose a 25% tariff on imports from Japan and South Korea. And Emily, just in the last hour, we did hear from the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, who said that later today at around 4 o'clock, we are expecting the president to sign executive orders that delay the implementation of those tariffs, which were set to be imposed on July 9th. That was the 90-day pause. That will be then extended until August 1st.
We're going to talk about all things trade with our trade czar in London. He's joining us in just a few minutes, Tim. And still ahead, we're also going to be talking about the feud between Elon Musk and President Trump. It's back on, and Max Chafkin is here on who has the cards in the relationship.
Looking forward to that one. Also, the president calls it the big, beautiful bill. She calls it the big, ugly bill. Florida Congresswoman Kathy Castor is going to join us on the path forward for Democrats after the president's big win. All that and more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Powell.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim. Welcome back. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining. Back to work Monday after a long holiday weekend. Stocks selling off, all about trade, all about tariffs. S&P right now down 55. That's a drop of 0.8%. The Dow down almost 500 points. The Dow tumbling by 495 points on the industrials, down 1.1%. Nasdaq NASDAQ Composite Index down 193, a drop there of 0.9%. Stocks are falling from records, the dollar rising as President Trump begins unveiling his tariff plans, with the U.S. setting 25% levies on Japan and South Korea beginning August 1st. The 10-year, 4.38%. The 2-year, 3.88%. Gold now down $5.50 the ounce. Little change, down by about 0.2%. 33.31 on the precious metal. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%. 67.47 on WTI. We're keeping an eye on Tesla shares. They are now down by 6.8%. Tesla lower after Elon Musk announced he is forming a new political party, digging deeper into a pursuit that has been a drag on his most valuable business. Again, Tesla down by 6.9%, a topic we will be covering for you right here on Bloomberg Business Week. S&P down 55, drop there of 0.9% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, thanks so much for that update. Do appreciate it. As Charlie mentioned, stocks fell to session lows a little earlier after President Trump announced tariffs of 25% on goods from Japan and South Korea beginning on August 1st. The announcement comes 2 days before the pause on the so-called Liberation Day tariffs were set to come to an end. As we mentioned, we did hear from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who said that the president will sign an executive order to delay those July 9th tariffs to August 1st. Let's bring it in with, we got our trade czar joining us from London. Brendan Murray is Bloomberg News trade czar. He joins us from London right now. Brendan, I'm reminded of a little of what happened earlier and what happened earlier this year and sort of the delay, the back and forth. We're getting a little bit of clarity with these letters that we got earlier. Japan and Korea, the U.S.'s fifth and seventh largest sources of U.S. imports last year. They account for almost 9% of the total. Are we essentially getting an extension, a deadline extension of everything that was delayed back in April?
Yeah, that's essentially what this is. It allows the White House to say that they're applying tariffs on these countries, but it won't be for another 3 weeks. So they could have done this on July 9th, like they've been saying all along, but they want to, they've got a lot of deals they're trying to get together, and they're all not going to come together before Wednesday. So they're just kind of kicking the can down the road here. And for Japan and South Korea, they're first out of the gate with these letters. We're supposed to get another 10 or 12 of them today. So this is going to kind of trickle out, or one at a time or a couple at a time throughout the rest of the day.
Talk about just how much relief from the tariff and trade related uncertainty we're going to get specifically this week when that July 9 deadline hits, especially now since they're maybe not going into effect for several more weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it just pushes that cloud of uncertainty out, basically through earnings season that we're going to see over the next couple of weeks. Companies that had said 3 months ago when this all started, all this tariff uncertainty, that they didn't have any clear view of what their outlooks were because of all the tariff uncertainty. We're going to see that all over again, given the fact that these tariffs are still not set and could be changed up or down. We don't really know, but one thing's for sure: we're not going to get a whole lot more clarity this week. It's just going to be more of the same for the next several weeks.
We were supposed to get 90 deals in 90 days, Brendan. We've gotten maybe 2 frameworks. I think that's fair to say: Vietnam and Great Britain. Is it fair to describe those as frameworks and not deals?
Well, the UK one, you could call a framework deal, a limited deal. The Vietnam one, we still don't know. We haven't heard from Vietnam on that. So Trump posted on his social media site last week that there was a deal with Vietnam, but Vietnam has not confirmed that, and that's one that could be coming down to the wire here over the next 36 hours or so. Whether if they get a letter and there's no deal, then the president obviously jumped the gun. But Vietnam hasn't said it's committed to anything around the 20% tariffs that President Trump said that the U.S. was going to impose on their goods coming into the U.S., and then the 40%, the doubling, the 40% for goods that come through Vietnam from China or other places.
What about when it comes to Japan and South Korea? Because now this 25% tariff has been announced. Wasn't that essentially what Trump initially had proposed? What is a signal about who's winning in these negotiations?
Yeah, well, I mean, nobody wins when when a 25% tax goes on a trading partner's product. That money goes into the U.S. Treasury, but an American importer has to pay that. So, economists that we talk to say, the net benefit of this is not going to be much. If anything, it will be a headwind to growth going forward. Now, the president would argue that this will incentivize Japan and Korea to make products in the U.S., to make more Toyotas or Samsung washing machines or whatever those products might be, and in return, he would like them to open their markets up to U.S. exports. So he's operating on the assumption that there will be some economic gains out of this, but until we see more Toyota factories or models being built in the U.S., then that argument doesn't really hold up.
He's already extended, the president's extended this for 90 days. He will, according to the press secretary, extend it until the end of the month. Is that enough time to hammer out agreements with at least the most important trading partners? Or is that, based on what we know over the last 87 days, 88 days, is that not enough time? And investors are going to have to expect that this type of deal making will take longer?
It might be enough time if they're close, if Korea and Vietnam are close. Both countries have a domestic political situation that made cutting any sort of deal or offering some concession to Donald Trump politically risky. So the president of South Korea was just sworn in less than a month ago, or about a month ago. So, do you really want your first domestic, policy move to be to, harm your automakers or some of your exporters? Probably not. Japan has upper house elections on July 20th. There's a fairly fragile prime minister in power right now and doesn't want to do the same to weaken any of his industries in Japan. So there might be some time for those two countries. For countries that haven't gotten anywhere yet, starting from scratch, no, 3 weeks isn't enough time. 3 months probably isn't enough time. So some of these deals might come together by August 1, but look, if they've been going for 3 months and they can't get there, what's another couple of weeks going to do? Yeah,
that's a really good point. Sit tight, because I want to toss to some sound. We heard the Treasury Secretary a little earlier, Scott Bessent, on CNBC, and he made some comments about what he sees as sort of the way things are playing out over the next 48 hours. Take a listen.
We are going to have several announcements in the next 48 hours. And Joe, I think what President Trump is concerned about is the quality of the deals, not the quantity. It's going to be a busy couple of days, but importantly too, that President Trump has said that the countries would not go back to the reciprocal rate until August 1st.
Well, there you have it. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, earlier today on CNBC. Brendan, the quality, not quantity part of this, if there were half a dozen or maybe 8 different relationships that our investing audience should focus on over the next 3 weeks, what are they?
Well, I think one of the key things to watch right now are the talks with the European Union. Those are moving, by all accounts, from our reporting, in the right direction. So I think that's going to be a real key one to watch. These are very closely knit economies, the EU and the US, between trade and investment and tourism, and a transatlantic trade war would do no one any good. So I think that if the Trump administration can put together some sort of framework ceasefire, call it whatever you want, that doesn't raise tariffs to what Trump has threatened on 50%. I think that's probably about as much of a win as you could get out of this situation this week. But that's a lot of those issues won't be addressed in the fine print. They'll just be glossed over in some vague language, and we'll see more of these kinds of back and forth threats and withdrawn threats and retaliation and re-retaliation, going forward in the months ahead.
Retaliation and re-retaliation. So buckle up, more ahead. Brendan Murray, thanks so much for joining us and staying up late. Do appreciate it. Bloomberg News trade czar Brendan Murray on all of the moving parts when it comes to the relationships with the U.S.'s trading partners. Now, speaking of relationships, it does seem like the president's and Elon's relationship is still on the rocks. Tesla shares down about 7% after Elon Musk announced that he's forming a new political party. He's digging deeper into a pursuit that's been on drag on his most valuable businesses. Musk announced over the weekend that he'll take on Republicans and Democrats with the America Party, focusing on House and Senate seats for the next 12 months. Here's President Trump reacting to Elon Musk's proposal on Sunday, slamming the system.
It's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
Obviously, President Trump there doesn't have kind words for Elon Musk. And he even went to Truth Social several times yesterday to kind of pile it on more. Watching it all is Max Chafkin. He's Bloomberg Businessweek senior reporter. He's the co-host of Everybody's Business and the Elon Inc. podcast. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Businessweek studio. Max, about a month ago, we were having this conversation. It seemed like the feud between them had kind of come to an end. Elon apologized, and then the passage of the bill, I think, set him off again. The president seems to indicate that it's the EV tax credits that he's upset about. Is that what Elon Musk is upset about?
What Elon Musk says he's upset about is the deficit. And you can sort of understand that, given that he spent, several months in a very public place attempting to cut costs, making sort of wild claims that I think at the time a lot of economists were not crediting, but nonetheless, acting out this vision of attempting to cut government costs. This bill, of course, largely because it extends tax cuts that were passed during the past Trump administration, will increase those deficits. And Musk, as he said, sort of views that as an insult. But, to Trump's point, to the president's point, this bill that passed is not going to be good for Tesla. We're talking about a serious hit to the company's margins that we're going to see probably pretty quickly.
But that's not a surprise.
No, not a surprise at all. And I think what is most strange about this performance and the feud that you brought up between Elon Musk and Donald Trump is that all of this was predictable. It's not like Donald Trump ran as a pro-EV candidate. He ran basically to take a bite out of the industry, and that is happening. And Musk, perhaps because of that, perhaps because of the deficit, maybe a combination of those things, maybe it's wounded pride, is reacting very negatively, doing so in a way that so far really seems to have mostly done damage to his own interests rather than the president's. I mean, I don't think we saw any lawmakers who would have supported this bill back away from it because of Musk's threats. Obviously it took some cajoling. The Trump administration really had to scramble to get this bill, passed before the July 4th holiday, but they did it despite Musk's, railing and Musk's threats. So at the same time, over the course of the day, right, we're talking about probably like $100 billion worth of market cap that has evaporated, amid this feud. So a lot of damage to Musk's own interests, at least near-term damage. Not seeing a lot of political consequences so far beyond that.
How seriously are we supposed to take Elon Musk's, idea here that we should be creating a third party? It was interesting because if you look at that poll, he did get a notable amount of support when he asked, should we create, this other party? 65.4% agreed yes. Now, of course, these are ex-users, so perhaps the sample
Elon Musk
is skewed.
Followers. Yeah,
right.
I think they were primed
People have not
to
muted
respond
him
yes.
yet.
Yes.
I mean, the thing is, you do see support for this kind of thing, kind of in theory, fairly robust, but then in practice it tends to melt away, right? And Trump is right, in that clip you played, talking about the challenges of working outside of the third-party system. What we've seen over the last couple of decades is that it's very, very hard to mount a successful, third party. What works for outsiders is essentially trying to take over an existing party, which is exactly what Donald Trump did when he ran for president in 2016. And that is essentially the outsider playbook. Musk is attempting something else. I think if you talk to most kind of political operatives, what they will say is that he's deluded. He's out of touch with reality. Like this is not something that the normal laws of politics say could happen. On the other hand, like that's kind of Musk's whole thing, right? Is setting these audacious goals and that maybe seem delusional, and then attempting to execute on them. I think if he does try to do that, there will be consequences for the rest of his empire, and maybe very bad consequences.
30 seconds left. Do Democrats use this as an opportunity to try to get money from Elon Musk?
I've been wondering whether or not we'll see some kind of enterprising Democrat do just that. We haven't really. I mean, there are a few kind of fringy figures, but no major presidential hopefuls have. And I think the reason is that Musk tied himself so closely to Trump that it would be very difficult politically for a Democrat to do so. And even as he's criticizing Trump, he's not criticizing him from the left or from the center. He's criticizing him from the right. He's essentially saying we need more cuts, not fewer cuts. He's not talking about Medicaid cut being bad. So I think that's the issue for Democrats.
Max Chafkin, Bloomberg Business Week, a senior reporter, co-host of the Everybody's Business and Elon Inc. podcast, joining us in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Up next, we are speaking to a congressional Democrat, Representative Kathy Castor. She represents Florida's 14th district on the path ahead after the president's big legislative win.
Get the latest news whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Top stories from our global team of reporters at the click of a button. Get Bloomberg News Now on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Global market news changes in an instant, so don't miss a minute. Listen to Bloomberg Radio anytime, anywhere around the world on the iHeartRadio app. Tune in, the Bloomberg Business app, Sirius XM 121, and the Bloomberg Terminal.
Bloomberg Surveillance is your premier destination for the latest on global financial markets. And now we're live on YouTube. I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Tom Keene. Join me, Lisa, Paul Sweeney, and Michael Barr weekday mornings.
Visit the Bloomberg podcast page on YouTube to hear and see the most influential voices on global markets.
The smart way to start your day is with Bloomberg Surveillance, weekdays, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern.
Visit the Bloomberg podcast page on YouTube and click on the live feed to join us today.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
On a recent edition of the Big Take podcast, Bloomberg's White House and government editor Mario Parker joins host Sarah Holder to discuss President Trump's recent legislative, military, and Supreme Court wins and how they're reshaping the scope of executive power in the United States.
Mario, I don't want to get too in the weeds here about the budget process, but there has been a lot of talk about reconciliation, which is what Republicans used to push this bill through. What is the reconciliation process and what is it traditionally used for?
Well, the reconciliation process, which isn't germane just to the Republicans to pass some of their key legislative issues. Joe Biden did it with his centerpiece legislative agenda and Democrats as well. But it's ostensibly supposed to be related to budgetary matters. Now, what we've seen with this bill play out, what we've seen in other administrations as well, is this requires someone called the parliamentarian to weigh in and see whether or not some of the measures in the bill adhere to the strictures of this budgetary process, right? So some of it takes creative writing on the part of the lawmakers. And then sometimes you just see, as what happened in several instances with this bill, some measures that are just very, very political on their face end up being taken out or stricken by the parliamentarian.
The CBO calculated that this bill will add over $3 trillion to the deficit.
Republicans argue that the CBO doesn't take into account the economic growth that will be spurred by many of the measures in this bill. Whether you disagree with that or not, that's been the Republican argument.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Big Take podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app with Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A flurry of headlines involving tariffs, and stocks take another leg lower. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. We begin with the headlines. So President Trump to impose 40% tariffs on goods from Myanmar, 30% tariffs on South Africa. The rand, by the way, at session lows, down 1.5%. And the president will levy 25% tariffs on Japan, South Korea in August. S&P down 76, down 1.2%. The Dow now looking at a loss of just over 660 points. The Dow is down 1.5%. NASDAQ down 263, a drop there of 1.3%. Again, keeping it all in context, S&P down by 1.2%. The Mag 7 index down 1.8%. Tesla leading the way lower there. Tesla down 7.5%. Your 10-year right now at 4.38%, with the 2-year 3.89%. Spot gold down $7 the ounce, $33.29, down by about 0.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7%. WTI now at $67.37 a barrel. Applied Materials downgraded at Rothschild, a Redburn to neutral from buy at Rothschild. Again, shares of Applied Materials down 0.3%. CrowdStrike downgraded at Piper Jaffray to neutral from overweight. Piper Jaffray saying that the stock has surpassed the investment bank's price target. CrowdStrike now down by 2.8%. S. Daniel Abraham, the billionaire founder of SlimFast, has died at the age of 100. He introduced SlimFast in 1977. Recapping, S&P down by 1.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. We're continuing to get headlines, updates on everything related to trade as the U.S. does get toward that July 9th deadline that is set to be extended to August 1st for tariffs. Some headlines that we're just getting in the last few minutes. The U.S. will impose 25% tariff on imports from Kazakhstan, 40% tariffs on Laos imports. Malaysia will see 25% tariffs on Malaysian products. South Africa, 30% tariffs on their products. This comes after earlier this afternoon, we heard from the president who said that the U.S. will impose a 25% tariff on goods from Japan and a 25% tariff on South Korean goods effective August 1st. I want to bring in Representative Kathy Castor. She's a Democrat who represents the 14th District of Florida. It includes Tampa and parts of Hillsborough County. Representative, it's good to have you with us. Thanks so much for joining us. We had you on. We had you booked to talk about what Democrats have as their path forward after the passage of what President Trump refers to as the one big, beautiful bill. We'll get to that in a few minutes. But because of your work with commerce and because of your work on manufacturing, we got to start with tariffs and what we're hearing from the White House right now. Are tariffs the right way, in your view, to bring manufacturing back to the United States?
Tariffs can play a very important role when they're targeted and strategic. The problem is that the president is all over the map. This is chaotic. Businesses do not know how to grapple with them and respond. And these recent tariffs announced today against our allies, Japan and South Korea and other Asian nations, we were trying to build a wall to counter China and everything, all of their malign activities when it comes to trade. So this is a head scratcher why you build up these tensions with our best trading partners and allies, and business owners here across the state of Florida are wondering that as well. Why are they facing higher costs at a time when now with the big ugly bill, you're adding almost $4 trillion to the national debt that's also sure to fuel inflation.
We'll talk about the bill in just a minute. One more on tariffs, though. I want to also say the S&P 500 down about 1.1%. It did fall a little more than that just after we heard from the president via Truth Social and the announcement of those additional tariffs, or those tariffs, the clarification of those tariffs on those countries that I just mentioned. You did say that if tariffs are targeted, they can play a role in bringing manufacturing back to the United States. Of the tariffs that the president has implemented or that are implemented right now, which ones do you agree with? Which ones are the right way to bring manufacturing back to the U.S.?
I can't really point to some. I mean, a few years ago, we had targeted solar modules because we know that the Chinese has been dumping solar panels and all of those and that was one strategic way to at a time when we're trying to reshore all of the clean energy elements to build up our own supply chains that we used to own in America, by the way. A targeted effort like that could be very smart as part of a broad-based strategy. And I just don't see a broad-based strategic strategy right now when it comes to manufacturing. As a matter of fact, the big bill just throws a wrench into the manufacturing boom we had underway in the U.S.
Well, let's talk about that bill, Trump's big, beautiful bill that you have publicly called the big, ugly bill. You've also said that it's fiscally irresponsible and morally wrong, and an abdominal transfer of wealth from the working class to the wealthy. What specific provisions in the bill that has now become law do you find most troubling?
Well, never before have we adopted a piece of legislation that gives tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans, while at the same time you are cutting health care for 17 million Americans. You're taking away food assistance from seniors and veterans and children. You're cutting Pell Grants and student loans. So this is completely out of whack, and it's going to be very costly ultimately for many American businesses and definitely American consumers and families.
The bill, though, at this point has become law. So it's essentially what we're talking about is water under the bridge. And we'll get to the idea of whether or not Democratic leadership did enough to stop this from becoming law. But where do you go now? What are you going to do about this?
It will be very important for American businesses and families to understand the impact. The one piece of it that has not gotten a lot of attention are the energy provisions. You remember the president ran on a promise that he's going to lower electricity bills, but all of the analysis now say that when you yank back all of the clean energy tax credits, it's a recipe for higher electric costs. All of the analysis coming in say higher electric bills for businesses and consumers alike. They're throwing a wrench in this manufacturing boom that we had underway due to our climate and clean energy law. We had seen over 1,000 factories open across the country, over 400,000 jobs created. Now what we're hearing are business cancellations all across the EV battery supply chain. And again, this is not smart because it's a gift to China. China wants to own, they want the competitive edge on all clean tech manufacturing. And we were just starting to build up our supply chains, our manufacturing, so that we can work with allies to dominate the clean energy sector. And Republicans and the president now have thrown that all away at a time when we're also grappling with the higher costs and impacts of the climate crisis. What a tragic situation in Texas. My community is still rebuilding from Hurricanes Helene and Milton that was supercharged by hotter Gulf waters. And that, climate isn't just about the weather, it's about your wallet. And now they have pretty much said, we're not going to be a leader. We're going to cede that to China. And our Americans are going to have to grapple with rising costs over time. It's really a sabotaging, a self-sabotage of this big, ugly bill.
Continuing on the subject of climate here, do you think that the last minute changes that remove the excise tax on wind and solar buy that industry, those industries, any breathing room?
It helped, but it just wasn't as harmful. So you would have seen just a complete death knell for clean tech right now if that excise tax had passed. But right now, we're going to be grappling with rising cost and closure of factories. And when you're comparing the impacts of tariffs, if tariffs are intended to boost domestic manufacturing in the U.S., then why in the world would you throw a wrench into our manufacturing boom that we had underway in this country? Hopefully, many of those businesses will hang on, but still, China will continue to try to eat away at a competitive advantage. And while we are imposing tariffs on our allies and friends and other countries around the world, China is going to move in and try to develop those partnerships. It's a crazy way to do business, and I'm afraid it's going to cost us a lot.
Congresswoman, I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about Medicaid and the health aspect of this. Our producer, Elizabeth Cedrin, crunched some numbers here and found some really interesting stuff. If you're watching on YouTube or Bloomberg Television or Bloomberg Originals, you can see here the yellow is Hillsborough County, Florida, a portion of which falls into your district. Additionally, other counties as well are in your district. But if you look at this, a higher portion of folks in this county versus the statewide total are actually on annual Medicaid and CHIP enrollment. In the year of 2024, more than 20% versus the statewide of 18.7%. So clearly a lot of people in your district are going to be affected by this. How do you plan to counter these rollbacks?
This is going to be very difficult. Hospitals, doctors, nurses, the American Cancer Society, you name it, they oppose these draconian cuts to people's healthcare because it's going to cost lives. The other major impact besides Medicaid, especially here in the state of Florida, that people will feel by the end of the year is the end to the tax credits for policies offered through the exchange, through the healthcare.gov marketplace under Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. There are 4 million Floridians that rely on those tax credits that help make their premiums and copays affordable. We have a lot of small business owners. We have a lot of entrepreneurs, many in hospitality, and that has been the go-to place for affordable, high-quality health insurance. So while the Republicans sneakily said the Medicaid cuts will happen maybe in a couple of years, what we're going to see in Florida is a real rollback in the ability of folks to afford health insurance for their families. That means small business owners will have to grapple with that, and our healthcare providers too, who have been waving red flags and saying, danger, danger, this is going to cost lives and it's going to cost money.
We only have about 30 seconds left, but I want to get your take on whether you think Democratic leadership did enough to stop this bill from becoming a law.
Because of the dire consequences, I would say we have not done enough, but this is very unpopular. Everywhere I go, people are very angry. They're saying we are suffering through an affordability squeeze, and how dare the president and the Congress try to pull one over on us and make our lives more expensive at a time when we really need help in our pocketbooks.
Congresswoman, really appreciate you taking the time and joining us. Kathy Castor, representative, a Democrat who represents the 14th District of Florida. It includes Tampa, parts of Hillsborough County. She voted against the bill, joining us once again from Tampa. Congresswoman, thanks so much. Hey, do you want to take a look at where stocks are? Because they are in the red and moving lower, off their worst levels, but just bouncing in the last few minutes, down 1.2% on the S&P 500. The Dow down 1.4%, the NASDAQ composite down 1.3%. Shares of Tesla down 7.5% right now. This after Elon Musk and the president continue to be feuding. We're going to have more on that a little later on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
CBS News Brief. The death toll is at least 90 in the Texas floods, 27 of the victims from a girls' camp. CBS's Jason Allen has been following the search.
Officials here say that they rescued more than 850 people over the last 3 days, some of them from the tops of trees and others from rooftops.
A tropical system that kicked up in the Carolinas over the weekend is moving off the East Coast. One person is dead and 2 missing in North Carolina.
It was really scary. And then the lights went out. It was dark, and all you could see was the water just moving. It was really scary, for real.
Israel's prime minister will meet with President Trump at the White House later today to discuss the latest ceasefire proposal for Gaza. Correspondent Natalie Brand has some details.
It includes a 60-day pause in fighting or 60-day ceasefire aid for Gaza and release of at least some of the remaining 50 hostages.
On Wall Street, stocks are lower over more threatened tariffs on Asian goods. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
From the state courts
Tell us a little about the facts of the case.
to the Supreme Court,
Can Congress force a judicial code on the justices?
June Grosso delivers your legal intelligence.
Multiple lawsuits were filed against the emergency rule.
The Bloomberg Law Podcast.
Is the toughest hurdle for prosecutors proving Trump's intent?
Listen live weeknights at 6 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
How is Africa riding the crypto wave? Why are record coffee prices a double-edged sword? And what do China's economic woes mean for African debt? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. Join me for Next Africa, a podcast from Bloomberg that offers a weekly dive into one business or economic story from across the continent. Listen to Next Africa on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Tariffs are driving Wall Street today, with the Trump administration announcing South Korean goods will see a 30% levy August 1st without a trade deal by Wednesday, while Japan and South Korea will see tariffs of 25%. Markets are down between 1.1 and 1.4%. Adobe is predicting nearly $24 billion will be spent during Amazon's 4 Prime Days that begin tomorrow. That would mark a 24% increase over last year. Adobe believes the discounts will range between 10 and 24%, with apparel likely to see the biggest discounts. When Saks Fifth Avenue's owner bought Neiman Marcus last year for $2.7 billion, it was supposed to create a luxury powerhouse. But instead, both chains are losing customers to competitors like Bloomingdale's and Nordstrom. Bloomberg reports Saks sales fell 16% in the latest quarter, while sales at Bloomingdale's and Nordstrom both rose 10%. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
The latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Terry Spath, founder and CIO at Zuma Wealth, on the markets.
The bull case for us is like this. You know, the big drawdown that we saw in April, almost 20% in the S&P 500. Do we think we're going to see something like that in the second half? Maybe we'll see. Of course, we'll see some drawdowns, but we're not going to see a 20% drawdown. We think the worst of that pain, that blood is really behind us. And that historically leads to rallies over the next 12 months. That momentum that we've seen more recently, that recovery, we think that continues through the rest of the year. Some other positives that we see is every single sector in the S&P 500 is participating in this rally. So the breadth is really good. We're not seeing sort of like 7 stocks or 5 stocks or whatever number of stocks, whatever, grouping we've got kind of pulling things along and everything else isn't doing so hot. We're seeing every single sector doing well, maybe some exception in consumer cyclicals, which is the sector that holds Tesla. And that's sort of a very unique story. Obviously, that's pushing that sector around. We don't see valuations as too expensive. We think valuations are higher than they were. But if we look on an equal weighted basis for the S&P 500, things are just fine. Inflation seems stable. Interest rates are reasonable. We expect the Fed to create a little bit of a tailwind as we go into 2025. We've seen, longer rates start to come down. So there's a lot of positives that we see driving this market going forward. Again, that big drawdown is behind us. We've got a lot of breadth in the market.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. U.S. stocks are retreating from records. Back to work Monday, and we've got sharp losses for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. In fact, down more than 1.1% on all three. S&P 500 index now down 1.1% as President Trump begins unveiling his tariff plans, setting levies on of 25% on Japan and South Korea beginning August 1st. Again, the S&P down 68, down 1.1%. The Dow down 583, down 1.3%. And NASDAQ is down 243, a drop of 1.2%. 10-year at 4.39%, with the 2-year 3.89%. Spot gold now trading lower by 0.1%, 33.32 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.7%, 68.12 for a barrel of WTI. CoreWeave is buying Core Scientific in an all-stock deal worth about $9 billion that will allow it to expand its artificial intelligence data center capacity. Shares of CoreWeave, they're down 4.4%. Core Scientific, CORZ on the ticker, it is plunging now by 17.7%. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 1.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, thanks so much for that update. Do appreciate it. Well, 3 days after cataclysmic floods tore through a stretch of the Texas Hill Country, officials have confirmed the deaths of 27 children and counselors who've been missing from a girls' summer camp. Authorities counted more than 90 deaths statewide, and so the number was almost certain to climb as rescuers sorted through mounds of debris. Julie Fine is Bloomberg News Texas Bureau Chief. She joins us from our Dallas Bureau. Julie, an absolutely tragic story that we just cannot begin to imagine the devastation, the loss here. We see images. All of us are so heartbroken about what happened and what is still happening. First, the latest. Is this at this point still search and rescue, or is this a recovery operation?
Well, Governor Abbott was very, very quick to say, and this was in his news conference yesterday, he's not had one today, that he continues to look at this like a search and rescue. Obviously, as we know, as time goes on, that becomes more difficult, but he wanted to assure the families that they would do everything they can to try to find these children. There are still 10 campers and 1 counselor missing tonight. There's many more still missing throughout the state of Texas. Also, when you hear from the first responders, it's just the debris they have to get through. We've had more bad weather here since the initial flooding. So they continue to search. That search is still 24/7 and will go on for some time.
Is there any more bad weather coming? And how does that in fact impact this rescue mission now?
Well, luckily, the weather is getting better. There is still some bad weather, but yesterday, for instance, while they were searching, they had to stop at one point because the rain got so bad. However, the forecast does seem to be improving, which should make it a little bit easier on the first responders who are here from across the nation. They are here from the federal government, from the state and local governments.
Julie, how does flooding like this happen so suddenly and ostensibly without warning?
Well, there were warnings. The National Weather Service had warnings for 3 days, and the warnings continue to go. Here's one thing that everybody has to also recognize. The warnings can be going all day long. They started 2 days before. They were watches, then that turned into warnings. You can have the warnings out. The question is, are they received? You're talking about a camp where children, of course, don't have cell phones in the camp and in the area. A big question is, was there internet? Were people able to get them? Also, sirens. The city, I believe, did not have certain sirens in certain areas. In terms of the weather, one thing to understand about Texas weather is it is not predictable even for forecasters at times. You can have a tornado coming, but at the last minute, because of the weather, it could veer 70, 80 miles. So there will be a lot of questions about the warning systems, why certain people didn't know about that. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I just want to clarify this a little bit. When you say there were warnings 3 days ahead of time, 2 days ahead of time, 1 day ahead of time, how specific are we talking here? Are we talking like, okay, well, there could be a storm surge here as a result of rain that could climb this high and affect this camp?
I don't know if they were specifically for that camp, but they were for the area. And I believe there was a pinpointing of the certain times that the warnings came out. There were several the evening before and in the morning. They had stronger storm surges as the day went on. But I think the big question that the local authorities have to answer is, was that soon enough? And did those warnings get to the people who needed to see them immediately?
What do we understand right now about just the timing of events and the timing of the worst of the flooding? Because if it happened early in the morning, isn't it possible that warnings were simply not heard by people who were asleep?
Well, yes, there was the worst of the flooding really began at 1 o'clock in the morning. So it's pitch black. So when you're hearing the stories from survivors, they have flashlights where they're trying to get out of their cabin. There is one story of a night watch that had to hold kids up on mattresses, get them out the window because the water was coming in so quickly. Again, it was extremely early in the morning and there was darkness. Clearly that did not help. And if you have warnings coming at 1 o'clock in the morning, people aren't necessarily going to see them. Here's another thing to know about Texas. Some people say there is warning fatigue here. You get warnings so often here because of the weather, because of the rain and tornadoes. Not everybody always has their alerts on.
Listen, as you're saying that, I've turned my alerts off here. I turned my alerts off on my phone years ago here because we were getting warnings. And this is, I get it. I get it. This is an absolute tragedy. And I know that everybody's going to try to put pieces together to try to understand how something like this can be prevented in the future. And that's where I want to go now. How can a community, I can't say rebuild, but how can an area such as this move forward from something so tragic?
Well, they will definitely have a look at what happened in terms of warning systems. There was a news conference this morning and that was specifically discussed. Obviously, they'll go back and look at it. Currently, you're still in the middle of search and rescue or search and recover. So I think they're trying to keep the focus on that. I mean, clearly, this is something that has to be dealt with. I think a question about that as well is the Texas legislature is finished for the year after, I don't know if you remember the storm Uri, when there was so much freezing in the state. State basically stopped for days because of that. They had to make a lot of legislative new laws, take a lot of action to address that. I'm curious to see at the end of the month, there's a legislative special session for a few items if this gets added to it or what happens in the next few years to see how this can be addressed so that it never happens again. Texas, again, is a place of wild weather. You have a power grid that has been dealt with for some point. There's a question about infrastructure and water. This will just add to it. And then there's the question of who will pay for it. Is it up to the locals to deal with the warnings in certain cities? Is the state going to have to kick in? Will they ask for federal dollars? All of this is going to have to be addressed.
You know, because this is America in 2025, it's already become polarized, even though this is still a search and rescue operation. Democrats in some areas have pointed to cuts in the federal government, specifically at the National Weather Service, having an effect on this. Is there anything there?
Well, at this point, the National Weather Service has said the National Weather Service had the alerts out that were correct. There were a few vacancies in some of the offices, but so far what they've been saying is not enough to affect this. There were certainly enough people there that evening and the morning to get the alerts out. Now, will that be looked into more? Sure. Will they look at cuts over the year? Sure. But at this point, I think really what the focus still is on is the search and recovery. And then they're going to have to figure out, and that is certainly a question that will be asked.
Julie, thank you so much for joining us. Do appreciate it. Julie Fine is Bloomberg News Texas Bureau Chief, joining us from our Dallas Bureau. Taking a look at stocks right now, the S&P 500, its office worst levels of the day. It's down about 1%. The Dow down 1.2%. The NASDAQ down 1%. The president, just a reminder, in the last couple of hours, he's unveiled the first in a wave of promise letters that threaten to impose higher tariffs on key trading partners, levies of 25% on goods from Japan and South Korea beginning on August 1st. We also got news on South Africa, Myanmar, Laos, and more. Coming up next, stocks on the move. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Get the Bloomberg Business Week newsletter, BW Daily, delivered to your inbox every weekday. It's the power of Business Week in a handy form. Sign up now at Bloomberg.com/newsletters.
Live business news, breaking global headlines, and conversations with the names that move markets. Listen to Bloomberg Radio on command anywhere you have an Amazon Alexa device. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Tariffs are driving Wall Street today, with the Trump administration announcing South Korean goods will see a 30% levy August 1st without a trade deal by Wednesday, while Japan and South Korea will see tariffs of 25%. Markets are down between 1.1 and 1.4%. Adobe is predicting nearly $24 billion will be spent during Amazon's 4 Prime Days that begin tomorrow. That would mark a 24% increase over last year. Adobe believes the discounts will range between 10 and 24%, with apparel likely to see the biggest discounts. When Saks Fifth Avenue's owner bought Neiman Marcus last year for $2.7 billion, it was supposed to create a luxury powerhouse. But instead, both chains are losing customers to competitors like Bloomingdale's and Nordstrom. Bloomberg reports Saks sales fell 16% in the latest quarter, while sales at Bloomingdale's and Nordstrom both rose 10%. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
Deadly flash floods across Texas.
More countries race for trade deals.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition.
President Trump lashed out at Elon Musk.
Darren Judd, yet another home run.
Available now on your podcast feed. Each weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern.
The latest developments in the war in Ukraine.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
I'm Shonali Bassick, and I have a new show. It's called Bullish, and it's about the future of Wall Street. Join me and Ken Griffin, Boaz Weinstein, Melody Hobson, Jane Fraser, and others as I explore Wall Street South, the rise of influencers. Oh, and I learned how to count cards.
Another blackjack.
Oh my God, this is amazing TV.
Watch Bullish Tuesdays on Bloomberg.com or tune in live at 6 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg TV and 8 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Originals.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
Deadly flash floods across Texas.
More countries race for trade deals.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition.
President Trump lashed out at Elon Musk.
Darren Judd, yet another home run.
Available now on your podcast feed. Each weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern.
The latest developments in the war in Ukraine.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Emily Griffeo in for Carol Masser this afternoon. I am Tim Stennebeck. I mentioned just before we went to break a little earlier, we've gotten, I guess we could call this a flurry, Emily, of information about tariff rates from the president just 2 days before that July 9th deadline, which we do expect to be extended later. The president will sign an executive order. At least that's according to Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary. She made those comments a little earlier this afternoon. Here's what we know. The president says a 25% tariff on South Korea goods effective August 1st. He will impose a 25% tariff on goods from Japan, 25% on imports from Kazakhstan, 40% tariff on imports from Laos, Malaysia, 25% tariffs on Malaysian products, and South Africa will see a 30% tariff, Emily, on their products.
We did see stocks falling to session lows after those headlines about those new rates. We're rebounding a little bit, but the S&P 500 is still down about 1% right now. We'll add for context, though, we did hit a record high in the previous session. So it could be some profit taking as well.
It was Thursday, I think.
It was
right?
before the holiday.
It was before the holiday.
It was ages ago.
It was a different world then.
Yes.
I'm Tim Stennebeck along with Emily Griffeo. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova. Alex, no shortage of stocks making big moves. What's on your radar?
Hey guys, we have to start with Tesla. That stock down about 7% right now. This is after Elon Musk said that he is creating a new political party. He is calling it the America Party and will focus on House and Senate seats for the next 12 months. And needless to say, Tesla investors are not happy about this. Once again, him digressing his attention away from the company and toward his political endeavors. Not only is the stock sliding, but Musk's net worth actually dropped about $17 billion today. This is according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. And if this move holds, this will be the worst day for Tesla since that very public fight between Trump and Elon Musk over the tax bill. Obviously, Musk has emerged as a big political spender in last year's election. That is something that has made investors incredibly disappointed. He's not focusing on the company. Dan Ives of Wedbush Securities, who is, of course, a very vocal Tesla bull, today on Bloomberg Television said that the board will have to get involved here and that Elon Musk is crossing a line in the sand here.
The board, though, it's not. The critics have alleged that the board is not very independent. I mean, his brother Kimball, I believe, is on the Tesla board, for example. There are other allies, and you haven't seen them necessarily speak out over his political activity in the past when he was so aligned with the president. Why would we hear from them now?
Well, there is, like we always talk about, the Trump put or the Fed put. There's somewhat of a Musk put here too when you have very vocal investors like Dan Ives coming out and talking about how disappointed they are by some of the actions he's taking. He eventually retreats on that. We've seen that in the past. That could happen again if the shares keep falling.
Okay, what else are you watching? Some big moves here, and maybe a name that wasn't as well known.
Yeah, another company moving today, CoreWeave, the cloud computing company. It is dropping $9 billion on the data center operator Core Scientific Inc. This is part of an effort to gain more direct control over the physical assets powering the AI boom. The acquisition will give CoreWeave access to 1 gigawatt of data center capacity across the U.S. This, of course, will help eliminate lease expenses, reduce costs, and it's going to help future-proof its revenue growth. The deal is expected to close in the fourth quarter of this year, pending, of course, all the regulatory approvals. And cloud infrastructure providers more broadly are rushing to construct data centers to keep up with this incredible demands that we have in AI-related work that's been fueling a wave of different deals. We, of course, last week reported that Oracle and OpenAI struck an agreement for data center capacity. CoreWeave has seen its stock price soar nearly 300% since its March IPO. Obviously, this is a testament that there is no shortage of appetite for AI.
CRWV is the ticker for CoreWeave and Core Scientific. Okay, finally, Netflix, a company you're watching today. What's going on?
Yeah, that stock is down just a bit, about 0.5%. Netflix got a downgrade to neutral from Seaport Global Securities. They cite valuation as a concern, following really strong gains, of course, from its April low. It's up about 50% from the depths of the tariff sell-off. They said that plenty of long-term opportunity is already baked into valuations, and the company needs actual time to execute against very lofty expectations from investors. They also said that it has not grown its share in the US, and also the gap between Netflix and YouTube TV has widened. So a lot more people flocking to YouTube TV. The downgrade, of course, comes ahead of its earnings on July 17th, a very high stakes earnings report. It is still up 45% on the year.
That's 10 days. We're already talking about Netflix earnings. That's where we
Earnings
are.
Season yet again.
I know. Next week, JP
week.
Morgan next week. What's the most recent thing you watched on Netflix, Emily?
Oh my gosh, I don't really watch TV.
It's not TV, it's Netflix. Oh wait,
Right.
it's not TV, it's HBO. That's what they used to say.
Honestly,
Alex, do you remember?
I'm on the same page. I
Okay.
feel like I haven't seen anything good on Netflix in a while.
I'm going
Wait,
to
maybe
watch
this
the
is-
Dallas Cowboys Cheerleaders season 2 show. It's
Okay.
I'm like planning to watch it, but I haven't watched it yet. I don't know what that means for Netflix stock.
All right, take with it what you will. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. A big thank you to Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Samanova. Taking a look at stocks right now in the red still, but off their worst levels of the day, down 0.9% on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ down 1%. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
The breaking news out of Washington is constant.
President Trump signed his tax bill into law.
New tariff warnings for BRICS-aligned nations.
And Bloomberg has the experts to bring you every angle.
President Trump lashing out at Elon Musk.
We're about to bring you to the North Lawn of the White House.
Breaking political headlines from the team that knows D.C.
House Speaker Mike Johnson joins us now.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Knockbox.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The catastrophic floods in Texas have claimed at least 95 lives. Senator Ted Cruz.
The pain, the shock of what has transpired these last few days has broken the heart of our state.
At least 27 victims were from a girls' camp. Reporter Karen Hua is following the search efforts for many who are still missing.
Day 4 of this continued search. We hear helicopters flying by every once in a while. There are boats and drones. Agencies from other states and Mexico have come to help in this effort.
A tropical system that developed over the weekend in the Carolinas has moved up the East Coast, but as Jim Krasula reports, it left at least one person dead and forced many to flee their homes in North Carolina.
As much as a foot of rain fell and hundreds had to be rescued. Many need to find a new place to live. Teza Satterwhite had to jump out of an apartment window to escape rapidly rising water in hard-hit Chapel Hill.
It was really scary. And then the lights went out. It was dark, and all you could see was the water just moving. That was really scary, for real.
Many roads and bridges were washed away, and tens of thousands are without power. There was also widespread flooding across South Central Virginia. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
President Trump is sending letters to trading partners, warning them of tariffs by August 1st if they don't strike a trade deal. CBS's Nancy Cordes at the White House.
Trading partners will have a few more weeks to kind of come back with their best offer, get their deal solidified before August 1st, or he's going to sort of let his original tariff rates snap back into place.
Trump sent the letters first to South Korea and Japan, warning them of 25% tariffs on their goods. A federal judge in Maryland is weighing the fate of Kilmore Arbrega Garcia, as Scott McFarland reports.
Here's what Arbrega Garcia wants. He wants to be returned to Maryland, from which he was deported, instead of being held in Tennessee, where he's facing a human smuggling charge. What's more, he does not want to be deported by the feds, as the Department of Justice has argued he is poised to be.
He was initially mistakenly deported to El Salvador. Nearly 100 members of the California National Guard and military vehicles are helping to protect immigration officers as they carry out a raid in Los Angeles today. The Defense Department insists it is not a military operation, though defense officials admit it may look like one. The U.S. has now recorded its worst measles epidemic in more than 30 years. Johns Hopkins University says 1,277 cases have now been confirmed in 40 of 50 states. On Wall Street, the Dow is off 479 points. This is CBS News.
If you've got a household, you need a Knockbox. Just head over to theknockbox.com and use promo code CBS16 to save 16% off. Get organized and save.
Hi, it's CBS health and wellness expert Cooper Lawrence. Are you traveling this summer? Will you leave instructions for a house sitter? The name and number of your vet? The code to your alarm? Think about the steps you take to prepare for your vacation, and you'll get a sense of what goes into a Knockbox. Knockbox is a complete system that helps you organize all of your accounts, possessions, and estate plans for your next of kin. Each Knockbox comes with a comprehensive checklist that helps ensure you add everything they'll need to manage your estate when you're gone. From your funeral directives to your insurance policies and even the keys to your storage unit. The Knockbox helps you organize it all. If you've got a household, you need a Knockbox. Just head over to theknockbox.com and use promo code CBS16 to save 16% off. That's the knockbox.com, promo code CBS16 to save 16% off. Theknockbox.com. Get organized and save.
At OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A new procedure repairs knee cartilage with the patient's own cells. Michael Wallace has that.
It's called Macy Arthro. Instead of using cartilage from cadavers, surgeons harvest healthy cartilage cells from the patient and send them to a lab where they're grown on a cartilage membrane. That membrane is then glued to the patient's existing cartilage.
There's less pain, there's less swelling, and they hit their therapy milestones quicker.
Dr. Joseph Zarnecki at Winchester Hospital in Massachusetts performed the surgery on teen lacrosse player Zachary Kespia.
I didn't really experience any pain ever. Very happy with the results.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A new study finds the health of American children has deteriorated over the past 17 years. The research in the Journal of American Medical Association says kids are more likely to be obese and have chronic disease. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy has highlighted children's health, and his agency also finds kids are undernourished and over-medicated. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Yes, indeed. We are 1 hour away from the closing bell. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. That is Emily Grafeo of the Bloomberg News Cross Asset team. She's filling in for Carol Masser. I am Tim Stenivek. Emily, you had so much fun in the first hour. Mm-hmm. You're going to hang out with us for the next 2 hours. Are you here tomorrow too?
I'm here tomorrow as well.
Amazing.
Here's what we have, though, for the next 2 hours still up ahead. We have Brian Fairbanks, CEO of Trex. It's a public company that's the largest manufacturer of wood alternative decking products. He's going to talk about his company, of course, but also what the Wednesday tariff deadline means for companies like his. And speaking of tariffs, what do the latest negotiations mean for the stock market? We'll talk about the S&P 500's record highs recently, the downturn today, and more with Louis Navalier. And basketball fans will not want to miss our conversation with Sam Zussman, CEO of BSE. It's the parent company of the Brooklyn Nets and New York Liberty.
All right, we got a jam-packed 2 hours. Fortunately, we also got Charlie Pellet hanging out with us. Give us an update on everything happening in the markets and around the world. Here he is. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. Here all week as well. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red, retreating from last week's records. Back to work Monday. We're looking at losses for stocks with the S&P 500 index currently trading down by 61 points on the S&P, a decline there of 1%. The Dow down 1.2%, down 536. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 210. For NASDAQ, a drop right now of 1%. Our Mag 7 index, of which Tesla is a part. Tesla right now trading lower by 7.1%. The Mag 7 index down by 1.5%. Your 10-year 4.39%, with the 2-year 3.90%. Gold, little changed right now at $33.36 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude higher by 1.6%, $68.08 a barrel. Lori Calvasina is head of U.S. equity strategy at RBC Capital Markets, and on surveillance this morning, she talked about the market backdrop and outlook.
The reality is when we've done sort of our typical valuation EPS type modeling, it tells us the market's a little bit over our skis. I even tried to put in some really optimistic assumptions, take inflation down to 2%, raise earnings on a bottom-up basis from where they are for this year. I can get the math to 6,200, but if I just sort of use, baseline estimates on the street, the math is more like 57, 5,900.
So right now we're at 62.17. RBC's Lori Calvasina. Tesla, as I mentioned, down by 7.1%. All of this after fireworks over the weekend in which Elon Musk announced he is forming a new political party, digging deeper into a pursuit that has been a drag on his most valuable business. Again, Tesla now lower by 7.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. As we've been covering throughout the day, we're hearing more from the White House about different parts of the world and different tariffs that will be imposed. South Africa, 30% rate. Japan, 25% rate. Kazakhstan, 25%. Laos, 40%. Malaysia, 25%. Myanmar, 40%. And South Korea, 25%. That's just a quick recap of some of the tariff rates that the president has announced today. We will bring you more if we do hear more from the White House and from Washington, D.C. Once again, the president is set to sign executive order at 4 o'clock that would extend that tariff deadline to August 1st. Well, speaking of some of these countries, South Africa, for example, the president did warn on Sunday night that tariffs on countries aligning themselves with BRICS policies, just as the group of nations that includes Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa holds a 2-day summit in Rio de Janeiro. The president posting on Truth Social over the weekend that he would put an additional 10% tariff on any country aligning themselves with the, quote, anti-American policies of BRICS. We welcome Jimena Zuniga, Bloomberg Economics geoeconomic analyst for Latin America. She joins us from the Bloomberg Buenos Aires Bureau. Jimena, good to have you with us. I just want to get an understanding from you about how the tariff news, like we heard over the weekend, but we also heard from the president on South Africa just in the last couple of hours. How is this all being absorbed at the BRICS summit?
Well, according to the press conference that was hosted by President Lula, who was the host of the summit, the BRICS did not tried not to react to this message. President Lula said he considered the imposition or the threat of tariffs over social media irresponsible, and prompted by one of the questions from the reporters on the room about whether the threat had impacted the dynamics of the group or its cohesiveness, Lula said, no, we tried to stay focused on our agenda, and for now, there's nothing certain in terms of whether these tariffs will be implemented or not, and we kept along.
This summit held for 2 days in Brazil. What is its actual purpose here for the BRICS nations?
I beg your pardon, what is the exact?
What's the purpose of the BRICS summit that's being held right now?
I see, of course, yeah. So the summit, the BRICS issued a lengthy declaration covering multiple policy issues. But yes, the glass half full is that the BRICS, which is a very diverse group, managed to achieve consensus on a lot of the principles that are reflected in the declaration. The glass half empty is that they didn't achieve a lot in terms of very tangible outcomes, except perhaps for having unleashed this potential U.S. response. So we are in a situation in which the most tangible outcome of the summit, ironically, may be that it has increased the risk that the U.S. imposes sanctions on the group. Why? Because a lot of the declarations of principles, statements of principle in the leaders' declaration, can be considered at odds or tacitly criticizing the U.S., right? So, for example, they talked about their serious concern about unilateral tariffs. They talked about the need to address shared health challenges through the WHO, which Trump, as you know, has criticized. They talked about shared environmental challenges and the need to uphold the Paris Agreement. A lot of things that President Trump seems to have felt the U.S. policies were being criticized for, and that he thought he had to react to.
I'm wondering how you're looking at the body right now, and then like who encompasses BRICS, for example, because Brazil is a lot different than Russia, and India has very different goals than China and South Africa, for example. And given what we've seen from Russia over the last 3+ years with its invasion of Ukraine, and also with China and the way that the U.S. now sees China as more of an adversary in the last 8 years or so, 6 to 8 years, than it has in the past. I'm wondering if that threatens to sort of splinter the BRICS groups, if you'd have countries not necessarily want to be part of it, if those other countries that are seen as hostile to the U.S. are part of it.
Yeah, you underscore a key issue, right? The BRICS is a very diverse group, and that is one of the key issues that undermines its effectiveness. As you say, unlike the G7, that was traditionally the driver of the global order and its main enforcer, and that is a very compact group and cohesive group, all democracies, all advanced countries, all behind, until recently at least, behind the global trade order that was put in place after World War II. BRICS span different geographies, different levels of development, regional rivalries that those of India and China. And they are held together primarily by a shared sense that emerging markets should have a more clear and louder voice in the global policy agenda. And they want to build a multilateral world. But yeah, their lack of cohesiveness is something undermining their effectiveness in terms of achieving tangible outcomes. And as you say, the fact that now the group is being perceived as the U.S., perhaps incorrectly perceived as anti-U.S., some countries may have an anti-Western or anti-U.S. bias, but definitely not all, certainly not Brazil or India, for example. But the fact that the U.S. targets BRICS may lead some countries to think it over twice before joining the group, which was one of the strategies that the group has been pursuing to increment its geopolitical gravitas. Has come naturally because the group members grow on average more than the world does, and so the body is increasing its share of the global economy. It's currently at 27%, which is slightly above that of the U.S. alone. But the other thing it has been doing and considering doing further is expanding its membership. And now that other avenue might be complicated or at least slowed down by the U.S. Threats.
You alluded just now to something that I read in the intro at the beginning of our conversation, and it was what President Trump posted on his social media platform, the anti-American policies of BRICS. Those are his words. What do you construe as him meaning by the anti-American policies of BRICS? Certainly we understand, a country such as China and why the U.S. views it as an adversary, and a country such as Russia, for example. But is there anything else that we should understand about how the U.S. views this group in terms of what could be construed as anti-American?
I think the most tangible thing that BRICS could do to undermine the U.S., even though they don't do it to undermine the U.S., is to pursue de-dollarization. But ironic, and that would be something very concrete that would undermine U.S. interest. But ironically, that does not seem to be the main thing that President Trump responded to, because the timing of his comments on Sunday night suggests that he may have reacted to the content of the leaders' declaration, which was issued a little before. And we had very little in terms of concrete progress towards de-dollarization. Actually, some of the big BRICS members, notably India, are opposed to this goal. And so the BRICS stayed kind of clear from that. But they did write things like, we condemn the attacks, the strikes on Iran. We support the Paris Agreement, the WHO, the WTO, and it appears that Trump read criticism in those statements, even though they were not framed as anti-U.S. and they avoided mentioning explicitly U.S. policies.
Jimena, going to have to leave it there. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Jimena Zuniga, Bloomberg Economics, geoeconomic analyst for Latin America, joining us from the Bloomberg Buenos Aires Bureau. For more on the BRICS Summit, check out everything that we have on the Bloomberg terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com as well. Taking a look at markets off our worst levels of the day, the S&P 500 down about 1%. Coming up next, a check on the health of the consumer in the U.S. and around the world with the CEO of Trex. That's next.
If you never want to miss a Bloomberg Business Week story, become a subscriber today. Unlock deep reporting and analysis from journalists around the world. Check out our offers right now on Bloomberg.com/subscribe now.
Get the news you need at the click of a button inside your car. The new Bloomberg Business app, now featuring Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. All your favorite Bloomberg radio shows, plus news at your fingertips. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
A warming planet, complex geopolitics, and fierce competition means business operations are under more scrutiny than ever before. Returning to Singapore this July, the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit is uniting leaders and investors to explore how sustainability efforts can bolster resilience and mitigate risk. Learn more at BloombergLive.com/SBS-Singapore. That's BloombergLive.com/SBS-Singapore.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Lori Calvasino, RBC Capital Markets.
If I think back to my most recent trip to Canada, seeing investors up there, it was a very different trip than what I had back in December and what I had back in February, when I would say the conversations were pretty much all about tariffs. You talked to a lot of global investors in Canada who are always sort of thinking about countries and comparing them. And, we heard plenty of conversation about tariffs on this last trip, but there was also a lot of emphasis on AI and productivity in the US. And people were actually starting to talk about some non-tariff related things. And I know that sounds a little bit shocking, but I would say it was not as negative a vibe as what I had seen earlier in the year or late last year.
What screens well for you guys? I don't know if it's a particular sectors of the market or factors in the market, but what screens well for you? Because this market doesn't look cheap to me at all.
No, it doesn't. If you look at a cap-weighted, market cap-weighted S&P 500 PE, it's at 25 times again, which is getting close to kind of, the typical highs. You have a little bit more room to go back to past highs if you look at equal weighted S&P. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're started to see, kind of the momentum trade breaking down was kind of the big talk before my day off. That was the big talk on the trading floor about how the momentum trade was breaking down. And I do think it's because in part of that valuation differential. I would say, Paul, on sectors, one thing that screened well to us that we have actually upgraded recently, I understand it's getting hit pretty hard today. And I think some of that's on tariff angst, but on the materials sector, my analysts in the materials space were pretty uniformly bullish across the board.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. Back to work Monday with the S&P now down 59 at 62.20. That is a drop of 0.9%. Dow Industrials slumping 508 on a day filled with tariff news, down 1.1%. NASDAQ lower by 208 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop right now of 1%. 10-year 4.38%, the 2-year 3.89%. Gold little changed on the day now, almost flat at 33.37 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.6%, 68.08 for a barrel of WTI. So stocks lower. What about advice for investors? Callie Cox is Chief Market Strategist at Ritholtz Wealth Management.
What you have to remember is that we're still in a bull market. This is a sentiment-driven rally. Those are notoriously hard to predict. And if you're in more of a growth phase of your investment journey, then you can't miss out on these returns. You need to be invested, even though it's painful, even though it might hurt a little more than usual.
Callie Cox of Ritholtz. Wells Fargo downgraded to market perform from strong buy at Raymond James. Wells Fargo shares down now by 2.2%. It does report next Tuesday, a week from tomorrow, same day as JP Morgan Chase. JPM down now by 1.6%. Recapping, S&P down 59, drop there of 1% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, if you've built a deck in the last few years, you probably know about Trex. The company makes composite decking from mostly recycled materials, including reclaimed wood and polyethylene film. Trex is publicly traded. It's got a market cap of about $6.1 billion. The stock's down around 17% so far this year. Like many companies in housing and home improvement, it has been a challenging first half of the year. Brian Fairbanks is with us. He's president and CEO of Trex. He joins us in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Brian, welcome. How are you?
Thanks. Great to be here this afternoon.
Well, welcome. Trex sells in more than 40 countries. So that's kind of where I want to start. How is the environment in the U.S. for your customers, for your potential customers, versus other parts of the world that you sell in?
The U.S. environment is still relatively strong. Most of our consumers are going to be family income of $100,000, $120,000 plus. And we've all talked for a long time about the bifurcation of that premium customer versus the entry-level customer. Because most of our customers are at 100 plus, we've continued to do well in the marketplace. This year, we guided to 5 to 7% growth. We reiterated that guide just a couple of weeks ago. Our contractors generally have 6 to 8 week type backlogs at this point. And overall, we're pleased with what we're seeing in the market.
Where are most of the sales coming from? Is it people, homeowners who are putting in a deck for the first time, or are they remodeling, or are they just completely kind of, remodeling their backyard?
All of the above, but more often than not, it's going to be a consumer that's already experienced a wood deck. It's failed between 12 to 15 years, maybe 18 years on the long end of it. The quality of pressure-treated lumber is not what it used to be. So that decision and the payback period of putting in a Trex deck versus a wood deck is very different today. But we also put on a lot of new decks on new homes, as well as homes that are just looking for existing square footage. More difficult to move up to that larger home now. How do I add more space to entertain with your friends, family, and put a deck on the back of the house?
But isn't a deck built with Trex framed by pressure-treated wood under it anyway?
That's correct.
So is that an issue ever, where the wood that provides the framing, the structure, that doesn't last as long as the Trex?
That structure is going to be protected by the Trex, so it doesn't get nearly the same beating from a weather perspective or for chemicals, UV rays, things like that. So that structure tends to last quite a bit longer, whereas the decking itself is what's subject to the majority of the environmental conditions.
So what exactly is it made of? On the website, it says that it is made of mostly recycled materials, reclaimed wood, polyethylene film. What's the secret sauce?
At 95% recycled and reclaimed material. So the recycled piece of it is going to be the polyethylene films that we buy from all over the country and up into Canada. It's about 1,000-pound bale of film. We'll bring that in, we'll reprocess it. And then we also purchase wood, furniture, flooring manufacturers from some other sources as well too. Mix that together with the plastic. We extrude it into a deck board. We apply our proprietary shell on the board to give it its fade, stain, and scratch characteristics. And that's pretty much the way it's done. Buying recycled materials does give us a healthy cost advantage. We can be buying plastic anywhere between 5 cents and up to 30 cents for cleaner plastic. We still have to process it, so there's some additional cost added. Whereas virgin materials are going to be 60 to 70 cents per pound.
You mentioned buying some product, at least from Canada, the polyethylene film. The tariff situation, we've spent the whole day talking about clarity or lack thereof that we are getting, that CEOs and business owners are getting right now from Washington. How have tariffs affected you?
Well, there's a lack of clarity, that's for sure, for CEOs. We are primarily a U.S. manufacturing company. We've got 3 manufacturing sites, 1 in Virginia, 1 in Nevada, and then we're building a greenfield site in Little Rock, Arkansas that we're excited about. Today, we are recycling plastic in Little Rock, and then we're moving that to our other 2 plants to use there as we continue to build out that facility. Less than 5% of our cost of goods sold is going to be impacted by tariffs. And in looking at those tariffs, we look at how can we potentially source out of other countries, negotiating with those vendors, and then eventually taking pricing. We've taken a very conservative view of pricing of let's try to let tariffs settle out for where their endpoint is going to be, rather than immediately reacting the day the announcements were made.
So Tim asked about the tariffs. I'm going to ask about the big, beautiful bill. We're going to hit you with the 2 main current events of the news cycle right now. Have you heard anything from the consumer about how this bill is going to impact their spending behavior?
It is too early. I think everybody's just beginning to digest everything that's actually in that bill. And so I've not really had any feedback from it as of yet. We haven't had a chance to poll our contractors or work further with our consumers, as well as all of those dealers, as well as retail channel locations.
I know you're 95% repair remodel based. So the housing market weakness that we've seen when it comes to new housing isn't necessarily Can we do a through line from housing data to you, or is this all about, hey, somebody's been in a house, they want to put in a new deck, they're gonna use Trex? Is there anything that comes when you're talking about new housing demand and like people buying new homes that accompanies demand in Trex?
The only impact with the new home buying side of things is it does generate existing home sales. We've all seen existing home sales have been lower the past couple of years. That has driven repair and remodel spending, negative numbers the past couple of years. We've been able to well outgrow that. Mid-single digit growth for us, small single digit negative growth in repair and remodel. So we've been able to well outperform that, but it would be great to see the existing home sales side of things really pick up and drive that remodeling engine.
Do you work at all with the large developers of property or the large home builders like the Lennars or the KB Homes, for example, to use your materials?
We do. We've got agreements with the majority of the large home builders that are in the marketplace. So it is an important part of our business, but generally we're about 90 to 95% repair remodel, the remainder of that on new home.
You guys have a pretty large part of the market share, but that's not for a lack of competition. James Hardie just closed on its acquisition of AZEK, which is your largest competitor. How are you thinking about keeping that market share now that there's been a pretty big deal in the space?
It's a highly concentrated market. As you mentioned, we're about 50%, AZEK, TimberTech, roughly 30% of the marketplace. And they've always been a good competitor. And I think it makes both of us better having good competitors that are out there. We're not going to be ceding market share.
Back to tariffs, in terms of how the product is purchased outside of the U.S., retaliatory tariffs from other countries. Has that been an issue yet for you?
It has not been an issue. And that goes back to the fact that we're 95% U.S. source, U.S. manufactured.
But if you're U.S. sourced and U.S. manufactured, let's say you want to export the U.S. product.
Right. I see on the flip side of that.
Yeah, the flip side of that would be another country saying, wait a second, we don't want you to buy this product from the U.S. because we're entering this period of global trade that is more insular, where we're seeing sort of like the world is not flat anymore. It's been kind of a weird 25 years. Is that on your radar at all?
Our international sales are a small part of the overall company. Now, we do ship to 40 countries around the world. We've not heard any of that feedback as of yet. I think as we get further in the year and the tariff structure settles out to where it's going to end up being, I expect there'll be some additional discussions around that, and we'll hear more feedback from some of those countries.
How do you guys kind of deal with the rising commodities prices? I remember writing an article a couple years ago when lumber was just absolutely soaring, and I wrote about like wood alternative companies doing really well in the face of that. But I imagine that you do have to source some materials, and if inflation does persist, is that an issue?
Sure. Inflation absolutely hits our business during the pandemic. We raised prices like many other building product makers. We also have a strong internal improvement program where we look at all of the costs that we can control and understand how can we take cost out of the business so that we can fund some of those cost increases internally. We know every year the cost of labor is going to go up. Certain commodity costs are going to go up along the way. How much of that can we fund by our own internal engineering, R&D efforts, and our own efficiency efforts? But sometimes we do have to take pricing to be able to cover those additional costs.
One of the big selling points of Trex is just how long it lasts. This idea of not having to replace a deck for 25 years, for example. That also means that when somebody purchases the product from you, they're probably not going to buy anything else from you. How do you build a part of the business that's like not necessarily services, but more ancillary products that are add-ons? Or how do you get that existing customer who knows about Trex to spend more money with you?
Right. That's an important point. Our warranties are anywhere from 25 up to 50 years. This product will last a long time. But the market size is such that there's 50 to 60 million decks in North America. Half of those decks are at or beyond their serviceable life. Today, composites account for about 25% of the volume of decking that's sold. So there is a large opportunity out there to go convert more of that wood business into Trex composite business.
Is new business still wood business? Like, are people still building wood decks?
People are still building wood decks, yes.
Why are they doing that when this, like, when they're in that moment of truth where they're choosing their material, why are they still going with wood?
A lot of it is because that's what they know, that's what they've done in the past. So the challenge for us is making sure that we're in front of that consumer while they're making that decision, showing them that we have products. In the case of the decking product, our Enhanced Basics is roughly 2 times the price of lumber. So for an extra $800, you can have a Trex surface on your deck. And prices go up from there. For an extra $500 on top of that, move up to our next line, our Trex Enhanced Naturals product line. So it's really important that our marketing engine gets in front of those consumers before they're making that final decision.
Social media. I've seen some of your social media content.
Oh, Trex TikTok. Is that what it is?
Well, it's other people on social media
Very
posting
active,
about their deck.
Oh, interesting. I haven't seen that. Hey,
Yeah.
Brian, thanks for stopping by. It's been a couple of years. Do appreciate you taking the time. Brian Fairbanks, President and CEO of Trex, joining us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We are just shy of 25 minutes until the close. The S&P 500 off its worst levels of the day, still down about 1%, as is the NASDAQ Composite. The Dow down 1.2%. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, we're driving to the close.
CBS News Brief. The death toll has climbed to 95 in the Texas floods, and many are still missing. Kerrville Mayor Joe Herring.
I need to tell my community and those families who are waiting, this will be a rough week.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on whether cuts to the National Weather Service played a part.
To any person who has deliberately lied about these facts surrounding this catastrophic event, you should be deeply ashamed.
President Trump has been sending letters to trading partners warning them of tariffs on August 1st if they don't reach a trade deal with the U.S. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
Letters to the leaders of Japan and South Korea telling them that they will face a 25% tariff on imported goods and that the tariff may come down if you start building more of your goods in the United States.
Letters were also sent to Malaysia and South Africa, among others. On Wall Street, that made investors nervous. Stocks are lower, the Dow off 524. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
Catch up with the biggest names in business. Listen to Bloomberg Podcasts, The Circuit with Emily Chang.
I speak with JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon.
Odd Lots with Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway.
Austin Goolsbee, the Chicago Fed president.
And Bloomberg Wall Street Week with David Weston.
The discussion with BlackRock's Larry Fink.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
We have the perfect guest for this topic.
Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
One of the most urgent documentaries of 2025 is streaming now on Jolt. Based on groundbreaking reporting by Bloomberg's Olivia Carville, Can't Look Away reveals the hidden dangers social media poses to our kids.
It's invasion of your home. These kids have no safe place.
The social media companies are targeting them. We're going to have several lost generations of kids.
From award-winning filmmakers Perry Peltz and Matt O'Neill, watch Can't Look Away now on Jolt.film. That's JOLT.film.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump is sending out letters to about a dozen countries today with take it or leave it tariff offers. Japan and South Korea will see 25% tariffs. South Africa will see 30%. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the tariffs that were paused for negotiating will take effect August 1st for those countries. Markets are down between 1 and 1.2% on the news. With many Americans steering away from beer these days, there is one brand that's doing pretty well. According to the Wall Street Journal, Michelob Ultra has seen its sales go up more than 3% year over year, thanks to its low-calorie, low-carb brews. One beer wholesaler in Texas says the brand has stayed with its health and wellness messaging, and that seems to be paying off. While summer just arrived a couple of weeks ago, Coresight Research is already looking at back-to-school spending. It says consumers are expected to spend 3.3% more on pencils and notebooks this year. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
The latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Terry Spath, founder and CIO at Zuma Wealth, on the markets.
The bull case for us is like this. You know, the big drawdown that we saw in April, almost 20% in the S&P 500. Do we think we're going to see something like that in the second half? Maybe we'll see. Of course, we'll see some drawdowns, but we're not going to see a 20% drawdown. We think the worst of that pain, that blood is really behind us. And that historically leads to rallies over the next 12 months. That momentum that we've seen more recently, that recovery, we think that continues through the rest of the year. Some other positives that we see is every single sector in the S&P 500 is participating in this rally. So the breadth is really good. We're not seeing sort of like 7 stocks or 5 stocks or whatever number of stocks, whatever, grouping we've got kind of pulling things along and everything else isn't doing so hot. We're seeing every single sector doing well, maybe some exception in consumer cyclicals, which is the sector that holds Tesla. And that's sort of a very unique story. Obviously, that's pushing that sector around. We don't see valuations as too expensive. We think valuations are higher than they were. But if we look at an equal weighted basis for the S&P 500, things are just fine. Inflation seems stable. Interest rates are reasonable. We expect the Fed to create a little bit of a tailwind as we go into 2025. We've seen, longer rates start to come down. So there's a lot of positives that we see driving this market going forward. Again, that big drawdown is behind us. We've got a lot of breadth in the market.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
Hey, good afternoon, Troy. That's right. U.S. stocks are under pressure as tariffs are back in focus. Trump announced plans to impose higher tariffs on several countries, including Japan and South Korea. The Dow is currently down 534 points. S&P's dropped 62, and the NASDAQ is lower by 1%. The U.S. 10-year yield climbs to 4.39%. Gold is little changed. Oil is in the green, but Bitcoin, that's lower by 0.4%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, all were trading in the red, led by declines in consumer discretionary and energy. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Boeing and Walmart, while Sherwin-Williams fell 2.4% and led to the downside. In deal news, CoreWeave to buy Core Scientific in a $9 billion deal. And wrapping things up, Uber traded to an all-time high. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And for on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
Yeah, but you let me drive.
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
Funk the music. We'll drive up till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Well, look at that. Already time for the Drive to Close. Less than 20 minutes to go for the close of equity trading here. Not on our worst levels of the day, off our worst levels of the day, but still down 1% on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ Composite down about 1.1%. Let's bring in Ed Harrison. He's Bloomberg News senior editor and the author of the Everything Risk newsletter. He joins us from the Bloomberg Washington, D.C. Bureau. Ed, good to have you with us this afternoon. Tariffs front and center, of course, trade policy front and center. I'm trying to understand how traders are digesting what we're hearing from Washington, D.C., because at the end of the day, it seems like we're essentially kicking the can down the road to the end of the month. At least that's how Brendan Murray, the trade czar, put it to us earlier today. Is that the reaction that we're seeing in the markets?
That's definitely the reaction that we're seeing in the markets, because when you look at the trend line of the day, you can sort of make out the Japan, South Korea down kick, and you can make out the down kick that we got from South Africa, but it's all within the trend line. And when you look at what happened on Liberation Day as an example, we were down 5%. We're down like 1% on the S&P 500. That's not a discernible difference relative to what we already knew coming into today, which was that we were going to be trending down.
When you look at the bond market here, yields are higher across the Treasury curve, but particularly in the longer end of the curve, the 10-year up now to 4.3% and yields higher on the 20 and the 30-year. What is that telling you about how these bond market traders are thinking about the deficit, the future of inflation, particularly in the backdrop of this big, beautiful bill coming into law.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you look at the announcement in April, what we saw is equities down, bonds up. But then later, once it became clear that Trump was backing off of the tariff somewhat, we saw that bonds sold off and yields went up. So I think that what we're seeing today is that we've seen a lot of tariff action, and therefore traders are looking through the announcement today, and they're looking at what you were talking about, Emily, which is the deficit, the inflation, and the supply that's coming out of the Treasury, and they're selling bonds off.
Ed, when we were seeing this news come down about the extension, and again, this executive order hasn't been signed. We are expecting President Trump to sign an executive order this afternoon that extends the tariff deadline to August 1st. One thing that kind of kept coming up was, is this an example of him not following through with what he said he was going to do? Like, not necessarily is this the art of the deal, but is this more bluster than it is substance at this point?
It's really hard to know until we actually get a final decision from him. I think you can look at the TikTok extensions as a similar sort of thing. It's like he wants to get somewhere. And if he hasn't gotten there, he's willing to kick the can down the road until he does get there. But, he's going to increasingly use arm twisting to get where he wants. We can say the same thing with regard to the legislation that passed this past weekend. He set July the 4th as his deadline, and he did get to that July 4th deadline with some arm twisting right at the end. But that's really his modus operandi is to kick the can down the road, increasingly use the stick instead of the carrot right at the end of that, and hopefully get to where he wants to go.
Ed, you write in your latest Everything Risk column that Trump needs to be careful, and we're in a make or break period for the U.S. economy right now. Just tell us a little bit more about what you're seeing in the economic data right now that makes everything just all the more high stakes as the president is trying to deal with all these negotiations and new legislation.
Yes, I thought it was interesting. The numbers that we saw last week were relatively benign. What we saw in terms of the unemployment rate, what we saw in terms of non-farm payrolls. Those were the headline numbers, but really underneath it, there was a lot of weakness, which goes with the weakness that we've seen earlier. We saw jobless claims up. We've seen that on initial claims and on continuing claims. We've also seen that in that report that our earnings were slowing down, and many of the jobs were government jobs. If you looked at the private sector economy, we actually added fewer than expected. So it's clear that the employment market is slowing down, and that the establishment survey is showing that people are having more difficulty getting new jobs, and there are not as many jobs being created. And so you add in a big kick to that with regard to tariffs. That's a shock to income. And potentially you could see a very big slowdown. And that's very bad for earnings in particular. And I think that that's what we're going to see, because there's only so much margin pressure, so much margin you can eat as a company before you really have to start laying people off or increasing prices.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you mentioned earnings, and I wanted to ask just one more question on stocks here. You talk about overvaluation in your column, and I do feel like that's something that, you hear investors talk about all the time, and yet, we still have seen a pretty healthy rally in the equity market since those April lows. What's different this time? Do we really need to be concerned here about the valuation of the S&P?
Well, it's interesting because I was looking back at Japan 85 to 89 over the weekend, and, we had PEs of 50 to 70 times earnings. And it shows you that as long as the economy is growing, really, it's almost like the sky's the limit. So we don't really need to be concerned just from a pure, momentum perspective. But the higher the valuations go, the more downside risk there is when you have a growth hiccup, particularly a recession. because that's when the valuations will normalize.
You know what's interesting? We only have a minute left, but we keep hearing over and over again that the consumer is strong. We saw a strong payrolls report last week, even though the ADP report ahead of it kind of had a few people concerned. The tariffs don't necessarily seem to be wreaking havoc the way that people thought they would, and partly that's because they haven't totally been implemented. How would you describe the economy right now, just in 45 seconds, and just how it is?
Well, I would describe it as in a waiting period. Interestingly, tomorrow is the day that Amazon begins their Prime Day sales. I'd be very interested to see how those come about, because we're now in a period where, all of the pull forward demand from, pre-buying before the tariffs, that's all gone. Now we're going to get to see what the economy looks like in reality. And I think that this Prime sale, which is a 4-day period, that's twice as long as it was last year at this time, is going to be a very good example of, does the consumer really have that extra oomph to go forward?
Yeah, we got to start calling it Prime Days, not Prime Day. I mean, it hasn't been a day in years, I feel like. Ed Harrison, Bloomberg News senior editor, author of the Everything Risk newsletter. Subscribe to the newsletter. Check out Ed and the team's work. It's great stuff. Coming up next, our cross-platform coverage.
Bloomberg.com has a brand new game for you, Pointed, the news quiz for risk takers. Use strategy and savvy to navigate trivia questions about the week's news in markets, politics, luxury, and more. Play Pointed at Bloomberg.com/pointed.
Bloomberg Radio is where you are. Get live business news and market headlines from anywhere 24 hours a day on your mobile device. Listen on the iHeartRadio app, tune in, the Bloomberg Business app, SiriusXM 121, and the Bloomberg Terminal.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump is sending out letters to about a dozen countries today with take it or leave it tariff offers. Japan and South Korea will see 25% tariffs. South Africa will see 30%. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the tariffs that were paused for negotiating will take effect August 1st for those countries. Markets are down between 1 and 1.2% on the news. With many Americans steering away from beer these days, there is one brand that's doing pretty well. According to the Wall Street Journal, Michelob Ultra has seen its sales go up more than 3% year over year, thanks to its low-calorie, low-carb brews. One beer wholesaler in Texas says the brand has stayed with its health and wellness messaging, and that seems to be paying off. While summer just arrived a couple of weeks ago, Coresight Research is already looking at back-to-school spending. It says consumers are expected to spend 3.3% more on pencils and notebooks this year. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
When news breaks across the globe, Bloomberg Radio is there. From the Middle East,
a ceasefire declared between Israel and Iran,
to Europe,
The US-UK trade deal comes into effect.
and anywhere in the world news happens.
We go to Ethan Browner in Tel Aviv.
We get more from Bloomberg's Minmin Low in Hong Kong.
Jumana Versace continues our team coverage in Dubai.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app, and always on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
I'm Barry Ritholtz, and I'm excited to tell you about my new podcast, At the Money. Each week, I sit down with an expert to have a 10-minute conversation on a single topic involving your money.
Am I closer to or further away from my goals?
Neither get in nor get out is an investing strategy.
You don't need to look for the needle in the haystack, just buy the haystack.
Listen to At the Money every week in the Masters in Business podcast feed on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Every Bloomberg Radio show.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week.
Every Bloomberg podcast.
Welcome to the Odd Lots podcast.
This is The Big Take.
Every Bloomberg News headline.
A Bloomberg News exclusive.
Historic moves in the Treasury market.
Catch every moment of Bloomberg Radio inside your car.
This is a joy.
The Bloomberg Business app, now on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Let's take a look at the indexes right now. They're down, but off worst levels of the day. The S&P 500 down close to 0.9%. The NASDAQ down. Go ahead and round that up to 8%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, which Emily Graffeo always reminds me is not worth paying attention to, but I still tell people what it's doing.
That's what we were taught in Bloomberg News internship training, a couple summers ago. That's what I was told. So, well, it's only 30 stocks.
I would like to take intern training.
Yeah.
It sounds like you learn a lot.
Yeah, no, you do. And they give you the Bloomberg Way. You have a copy on your bedside table, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
and in my desk.
You study that. And then, I got the extra. I got the Tom Keene intern training as well because I worked for him.
You have to pay extra for that.
There's a little bit extra training that I think I was one of the lucky interns to get that as well.
You are one of the lucky ones. Oh, I love that. Hey, there are a lot of stories that when we're doing our editorial call every day, we kind of go through. We have the pre-booked guests. We have the big news that we're doing, and there's also the stories that are on our radar that we want to make sure we get in, and that's really where this one comes in. It's about what's going on with retail right now, specifically with Saks. The $2.7 billion acquisition of Neiman Marcus by Saks Fifth Avenue's owner last year. This was supposed to create a luxury powerhouse. Instead, both department stores are losing customers and sales to competitors, including Bloomingdale's and Nordstrom's.
So we have a Bloomberg second measure, and it tracks debit and credit purchases.
This is really cool.
Yeah, so it showed that sales at Saks fell 16% during the quarter that ended in June from a year earlier. And then during the same period, combined sales at Neiman Marcus and Bergdorf sank 10%. The slowdown accelerated over the 3 months. And then meanwhile, sales at Bloomingdale's, which is owned by Macy's, and Nordstrom both rose more than 10% during the same quarter. I'm sensing, a bifurcation here, or maybe a higher end consumer stepping down. Of course, Saks and Neiman Marcus are kind of known for that more higher end consumer.
I think that's fair to say. These revenue figures also show the magnitude of the challenges that are facing Saks Global. The combination of the department store chains, this is what it's called. It's a closely held company. It's trying to reverse the sales decline, and it took on more debt in part to pay vendors $275 million in overdue bills. Bloomberg second measure data may not fully capture the sales trends at these retailers because it analyzes more debit than credit card purchases. Shoppers at Neiman Marcus, Bergdorf Goodman, and Saks customers often use credit cards more frequently than middle-income shoppers at other outlets. So there is some nuance to the data, but the second measure data, which is available on the Bloomberg terminal, Bloomberg second measure, essentially analyzes what people do when they swipe. So you get this, it's a source of alternative data.
Yes, high frequency. I have a hot take.
What is it?
I think that the stores should be real stores again, and maybe that would help their sales.
What do you mean?
Like, don't you want to go into a store and
I don't want to go into any store.
I want to go into a store and I want racks and racks of clothing and shoes, and I want to try everything on in the fitting room.
Okay.
And then I will buy. I think stores and retailers are pivoting to online too much. So then the brick and mortar store, when they only have like 3 items in there, of course you're not going to buy anything.
So you bring up like the existential crisis that's facing department stores, like the stores that we grew up going to, and the way that they've been displaced by online retailers. Essentially what these stores have been trying to do over the last decade is offer something in store that you just can't replicate online, and that is trying things on. I guess the flip side of that would be like a Zappos, for example, that's like, hey, order these 5 pairs of shoes, shipping both ways is free. Send us back the 4 pairs that don't fit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like that. But I don't want to go into a store and there only be like $600 shoes in there.
Fortunately, our office is right next to Bloomingdale's. And that's still one of those stores, right?
Well, yeah.
Is it? I don't know. They have frozen yogurt.
They do have frozen yogurt in there. Yeah, they have some clothes. I miss Lord & Taylor.
Okay,
I'm just that's a different story.
Okay. There's like a WeWork angle there that we could talk about at some point.
Yes.
Hey, don't go anywhere, because coming up next, we are joined by our Bloomberg TV team for our cross-platform coverage on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. The closing bell starts right now.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Shanali Bassick, taking you through to that closing bell with the global simulcast. It starts. Tim Stenovic joins us in the radio booth. Emily Garfeo in today for Carol Masser. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube, on a decidedly down day, Tim Stenovic, that seems to revolve around uncertainty about the U.S. trading relationship with the rest of the world.
We have certainty on Kazakhstan. We have certainty on Laos.
You went straight there.
We have certainty on Myanmar. We've got certainty on Malaysia, South Africa, Japan, and South Korea. Although, to be fair, maybe it's not certainty. Maybe those are just sort of opening salvos. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I think investors are trying to figure that out too.
And investors today, they were selling stocks. They were also selling treasuries. I will point out, though, that the dollar index, the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index, was higher today. So that dollar getting a little bit of a bid.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the dollar. It's becoming a talking point, isn't it? Because even though it's getting a big bid, it's still hovering near the lows of the year. And we're watching a worry here about whether there is an issue of importing inflation while this tariff strategy gets sorted out.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, too, just for our viewers and more importantly, our readers on the Bloomberg terminal and Bloomberg.com, there is really a great tracker, basically a tariff tracker that we've done, because it's kind of hard to wrap your head around it. Tim, you were rattling off a few nations there. I mean, I couldn't even remember which countries were still in play.
I was looking at the live blog, though, to do that. Yeah. I mean, you can't remember this stuff. We spoke to the Trek CEO a little earlier. He said uncertainty. I mean, he doesn't know what's going on. It's uncertain.
Yeah, no one does. And remember that a lot of the tariffs we're talking about today, these are those non-sectoral tariffs, basically the across-the-board ones. This doesn't necessarily impact those sectoral tariffs, the ones on autos, the ones on steel and aluminum, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot for investors to parse, and that's a big reason why a lot of investors may be looking for the door. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down more than 400 points, or 0.9%. The S&P down 49 points, or 0.8%. The NASDAQ Composite is going to close out the day down by 0.9%. And the big decliner on the day, that's the Russell 2000, a drop of 35 points, or 1.6%.
A decidedly down day, as you mentioned, Romaine, in the S&P 500. Only 96 of these stocks did move higher today. 404 were decliners.
Listen, we're looking at a broad-based decline as well in the S&P 500. Most major sectors were definitely in the red today, led down by consumer discretionary, which carries Tesla. So don't be too taken aback there, because we did see also very significant drops in materials, energy, financials, and communication services as well. Really only two sectors in the green: staples, a defensive trade, utilities. Got to still buy those picks and shovels, guys.
All right. Well, speaking of buying, I was able to find a few stocks in the green today. The best performer on a percentage basis in the S&P 500 today, look at that. It's Tractor Supply, up 3.9%.
Oh, wow.
Rose today, the highest intraday level going back to April. This is thanks to data from Bloomberg's second measure. It says that adjusted sales observed by Bloomberg's second measure rose 4.3% in the second fiscal quarter. What Bloomberg's second measure does is it analyzes swipe data, mostly from debit cards, to get an understanding for how people are purchasing and what their consumer behavior is.
Yeah.
The data does drop from a sample of credit and debit card purchases made by U.S. consumers. Analysts currently estimate revenue for the quarter up about 3.6%.
Have you ever been in a Tractor Supply, Tim?
I have not been in a Tractor Supply. Where I grew up, there was like a local version of Tractor Supply called Farm Supply.
Okay.
So I used to go there all the time.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's where I would get my bag bomb, horse feed, those sorts of things.
Oh, okay.
Have you been to Tractor Supply?
Yes, I have.
Where?
In suburban Maryland.
Do you remember how popular they were during the pandemic?
I do.
What was that?
I have no idea, Tim.
Okay, we'll move on. From Tractor Supply to rockets, I want to look at Rocket Lab Corporation. RKLB US is the ticker. It's a space company. It's seen as an alternative to SpaceX for some things. It was up 9% today. This always moves, well, I don't want to say always, typically moves higher on days that you see Elon Musk and Donald Trump kind of go at it. Look, Rocket Lab is tiny compared to what SpaceX does, and can only do a fraction of what SpaceX does. No question, SpaceX is the market leader. But if investors are looking for companies that could be alternatives to some of what SpaceX does, they look at companies such as Rocket Lab, and that's why you have shares higher today by more than 9%. And Wolfspeed in the green today. This has been a decliner for quite some time, up more than 95% today. They filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy late last month. They named a new CEO, Gregor Van Issum, as CFO and EVP, effective September 1st. He does succeed Kevin Spirits, who will return to his prior role of SVP for finance. Once again, shares of Wolfspeed up 95%.
All right, and looking at some of the decliners today, let's start with Tesla. That stock falling 7%. almost $70 billion of market cap wiped out in just one day. And this is coming on concerns that Elon Musk's move to form a new political party, a third party, will draw backlash from President Donald Trump. We saw analysts weighing in on this. William Blair downgraded the stock. They said they would prefer Musk to focus on the robo-taxi rollout. And the broker also noted that Trump's tax bill is set to cut demand for Tesla's emissions standards credits. So that stock down 7% closing out the day. I'm also watching shares of Stellantis. U.S. shares of Stellantis fell as much as 5.7% as Bank of America cut the automaker to neutral from buy, with the broker expecting to see a, quote, very weak first half report on July 29th. And then additionally, the auto workers union warned that the company's Italian car production cratered by a third in the first half and is poised to sink further this year from multi-decade lows. Again, that Stellantis positioning in Europe doesn't look good, at least according to Bank of America, even though the U.S. appears strong. And then finally, Core Scientific, ticker Core Z, shares were down 17% to close out the day. And this is after CoreWeave agreed to buy the company for $9 billion in an all-stock transaction. Now, analysts are positive on the deal for CoreWeave, but they said the negative reaction in the Core Scientific stock could reflect disappointment with the deal terms. And it really was disappointing. It fell as much as 24% and then paired those losses just a bit, but really down in the red today.
Yeah, phenomenal move in Core Scientific that really kind of defied, at least on the surface, some degree of logic. Meanwhile, a lot more logic to be found in the Treasury space. You did see that Treasury curve re-steepen here with yields on the longer end of the curve up about 6 basis points on the 30-year, and on the 2-year yield, the shorter end of the curve, only up by about 2 basis points here. And a lot of this seems to be based on the idea of the longer-term risk, potential risk, perceived risk right now going on in the United States and the compensation that investors would demand to take on that risk.
You're talking about bond yields. I'm thinking about egg bites. At Starbucks.
At Starbucks.
You know Brian Nichol, former CEO of Chipotle, really turned that company around. He was at Yum Brands, did Taco Bell. Yeah, Newport Beach, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So he did the Doritos Locos Taco, not exactly health food.
Yeah.
But now they're trying to sort of make Starbucks healthier right now. And what he's doing is
I don't like the sound of that.
Trying to take out canola oil from some of the products at Starbucks from its food menu. What's wrong with canola oil, you ask?
Well, in June, Brian Nichol pledged in a meeting with U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. to further align the chain's menu with the Trump administration's health priorities. So this move does seem to be I'm sorry,
what? The health priority? So the priority is what? To kill off corn farmers? What I'm sorry.
Maha.
To make the egg bites healthier, I guess.
Yeah.
Did they say what they're replacing with?
Avocado oil.
Avocado oil.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Seed oils have a really bad rap, and they've increasingly had this bad rap. And it's become
most
political
of our
because
avocados come from Mexico?
Does
that
there's literally a company
policies?
Called that.
The
right?
only good thing about any of this is that you're used to already spending more than you'd like in any given day at Starbucks. So
right. I just do
the idea of it getting more expensive is just, another reality of the situation.
We should note in this piece that even though seed oils have this bad rap, there have been meta-analyses that have found that you're not likelier to die of cardiovascular disease, or it doesn't necessarily bring inflammation higher within the body if you do eat some of these seed oils, even though they are being targeted by Robert F. Kennedy.
What'd you have for breakfast this morning, Tim? Yogurt and fruit, let me guess.
Yeah, I did have some yogurt and fruit.
How about you,
It's not fair. You walk by my desk and you see what I'm
Yogurt and fruit. Emily, save us here. What'd you have for breakfast?
Yogurt and fruit.
Oh, no.
Anyway, all right. Speaking of
That's what
yogurt.
we serve at the office.
Okay, all right. Well, we got a bunch of healthy people here on the show, minus one. Did any of you get out this July 4th weekend and go to the movies?
No.
Okay, well, some people did, and they saw Jurassic World Rebirth, which I'm told is they're scrounging around. Look at that. Is that Scarlett Johansson there? Is Jonathan Bailey? A few other people in this movie trying to get the DNA from these dinosaurs so they can, I don't know. I haven't seen this movie, so I have no idea what happens next.
This is the seventh one, right?
I don't know. I've only seen the first one, believe it or not, which I think pretty much came out 57 years ago.
I've only seen the first one also. No, they came out like the 1990s. That was the first one.
I was a child. I know that much.
Yeah, I was as well. And I guess probably we're the only two people who've seen this. the movie, right?
Shanali, have you seen this movie?
I have not seen the first Jurassic Park. I will not see the last Jurassic Park.
What?
But I do appreciate ScarJo walking into it like she's about to step into Top Gun. So.
Well, it was a big box office hit, and I guess some people did find a way to just spend the weekend, as we often used to do in the past, in the old days. Spend the holiday weekend at the movie theater.
Yeah, I'll go see that movie. Who doesn't love a dinosaur? Pretty good showing for the weekend too. Hey, that is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg TV, Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We will all be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right. Well, the S&P 500 is hovering near record highs. We're down. We finished the day lower, but I want to bring into the context here that we had multiple record highs hit last week. And this, of course, is after it gained 25% since its April tariff-induced lows. But will that run continue, or are stocks getting overvalued now? If you look at the economic outlook here, the U.S. economy seems like it's holding up. Hiring is healthy. Inflation has remained relatively tame, but the U.S. tariff pause is ending soon, and questions are lingering now about the impact of Trump's tax bill on the deficit and overall economy. Here to help us understand all of this is Louis Navellier. He's the chairman, founder, and CIO of Navellier & Associates, and he's here with us right now in New York. Welcome, Louis. It's good to see you.
Good to be here.
So maybe we'll start here on the economic impact of the big, beautiful bill, because it was signed into law. And there's a lot of questions here about what this actually means for Wall Street and what do investors need to be thinking about?
Well, it just provides more certainty. Mm-hmm. And obviously, I think 90% of people are going to get more money in their paycheck. So that's good. And then they either spend it or they put the money in the bank, and the banks buy the treasuries. So we shouldn't worry about an increase in treasury yields. I'm really curious about these tariffs. The Financial Times reported the other day that the tariff revenue has exploded. It's at $24.2 billion in May. It's going to go probably $60 billion or more. And of course, Howard Lutnick wants that to offset the spending cuts. So of course, he'd like tariffs to replace everything, including income taxes. But I don't think Howard will get his way. But
why don't you think Howard will get his way?
It's just overambitious. That's all.
Do you think it's a good idea, though? I mean, do you think the tariffs are a good idea?
It's a good idea if it's an efficient way to collect money. Okay. So if they have to spend $10 to collect $100, that's not efficient.
Do you view the tariffs being a tax on the U.S. consumer?
No. And
a lot of economists would say that's what they are.
But here's what's, in my opinion, what will happen. So we have 10% baseline tariffs. That will largely be offset by appreciation in the dollar. I know the dollar's down this year, but it's going to go right back up because we have the highest rate, strongest economy, et cetera. So that's going to offset it. Now, the countries that cooperate with us, Britain, Australia, they're not going to have any reciprocal tariffs. Okay. This is a big game of chicken to force everybody to buy U.S. ag, U.S. energy, and something from the U.S. And the export growth is going to help GDP. And so I'm very, very bullish on it. But it is a big game of chicken. Okay. And when you get in a bureaucracy like the EU, it doesn't look like it's going to work out well.
What happens, with the games of chicken that, we used to play in the pool back in the day, there would be a winner and there would be a loser. There's not two winners in a game of chicken.
Well, anytime you negotiate with Donald Trump, he wants you extremely uncomfortable. And he's very good at making people uncomfortable.
Is he succeeding?
I don't know. I think he probably is. I have to tell you, I was disappointed when Chancellor Merz from Germany came over. I'm sure he guilted him to just move all your manufacturing to America because, you can build ICE cars here after 2035. In Europe, you can't.
There are Mercedes that are built in the U.S.
Yeah, of course.
There are BMWs built in the U.S.
And Volkswagen, and they're building more plants, Scout Motors, et cetera. But, our electricity is 25% of what it costs in Germany. He said in the past, I'll give all your workers visas. Just bring them over. You got 5-7 states fighting for that business. But, Stellantis right now owes $3 billion to the EU because they can't make electric cars because they can't compete with the Chinese. Okay. So whatever the EU mandated isn't working. Volkswagen passed Tesla in EV sales. Great. But their profits dropped 40% because they don't make enough money on the EVs. So I think the onshoring is going to continue. And so I think long-term we win, but short-term there's a lot of pain and confusion and anxiety.
Does that trickle down to the stock market price action, that pain and anxiety? Because the S&P 500 fell today, but it's been remarkably resilient since that Liberation Day low. I
think the pain's going to be in Mexico and Canada, to be candid with you. You just saw what he did to Vietnam, 40% tariffs for Chinese subassembly. And there's a lot of Chinese subassembly in Mexico. You saw GM pull production out of Mexico to put in 4 plants in America. So this is real. This is going to be happening. And I think we're in the midst of a global interest rate collapse because other than the United States and maybe India, most countries are in severe economic duress. Also, there's no household formation in a lot of these countries. They got too old. They don't make babies. And how do you grow an economy when you're losing households?
Is that a concern in the U.S.? Elon Musk and there have been a lot of folks in the Republican Party who are pushing for more Americans to have more kids.
In the South, it's booming.
Does this become more of an issue? I've read, and I don't have the stats in front of me, so forgive me, but I've read that we would have a real issue without immigrants coming to this country in terms of population.
Right, yeah.
And what happens now with the crackdown on immigration? And look, a lot of the crackdown is on illegal immigration, but I know anecdotally that even people who come here legally are not as excited to come to the U.S.
I'm not worried at all because, first of all, the South is very pro-family. The Mountain West, I have a home out there, extremely pro-family, okay? Utah is the fastest growing state in America. What do they do to real estate? They make a lot of households. Household formation creates growth. Okay, so when the society gets old, what do you got to do? Yeah, you got to have immigration. At least in America, we assimilate our immigrants, okay? They come here to work, okay? And hopefully they're not deporting the ones that are working, okay? That's another issue, okay?
That does seem to be happening.
Well, it depends who you read, of course, okay? I guess we have to get Tom Holman to tell us what's really going on. But if you read a left-wing site, they say, you can't pick the crops and, there's...
farmers have said it.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah.
We have to fix that. And that's not right. We've always had those workers, and I don't want to bend over picking strawberries, So, just a little thing about Trump. If you go to a Trump club, he has foreign workers.
Last time you were with us, you had just come from Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
You were not a member, you were a guest.
I live 8 miles down the street, so I get invited a lot. It's always amusing. But his workers are seasonal workers. They come from Romania or someplace, and they don't have to pay Social Security and all that stuff. So he runs a lot of his seasonal clubs like they run ski resorts. Just go to a Ritz-Carlton before ski season, and they bust in all the foreign workers, and they hope it snows.
What does this mean now, I guess, kind of for your economic outlook? People talking about growth, GDP falling, just in the last 30 seconds here. Do you see that?
I think if he gets the exports up, mostly energy and ag, we will briefly hit 5% GDP growth without inflation because we're just exporting what we're good at.
Always good to see you. Usually join us remotely from Florida, sometimes from the Mountain West. So it's good to see you in New York. Louis Navalier, founder, chairman, and CIO of Navalier and Associates, joining us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Just a reminder on how things closed out the day. Off our worst levels of the session, the S&P 500 fell 0.8%. The Dow down 0.9%. The NASDAQ Composite also down 0.9%. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, we are talking sports, entertainment, hospitality, and more. Sam Zussman, CEO of BSE Global.
Catch complete coverage from the world of politics and the world of business on Bloomberg Balance of Power. Tune in for Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons tonight at 5 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and television.
Did you know Bloomberg Radio is on Amazon Alexa? Get live business news and market headlines 24 hours a day anywhere you have an Alexa device. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg Radio.
A lot of times, big economic forces show up in our lives in small ways.
4 days a week, I would buy 2 cups of banana pudding, but the price has gone up, so now I only buy 1.
Small but important ways. From tech billionaires to the bond market to, banana pudding. If it's happening in business, our new podcast is on it. I'm Max Chafton.
And I'm Stacey Vanek Smith. So listen to Everybody's Business on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Balance of Power podcast, we talk with Natasha Hall from the Center for Strategic and International Studies about President Trump's attempt to reach a ceasefire in Gaza.
So the way I see it is, again, President Trump doesn't like bad optics. Gaza was bad optics. I think, U.S. stealth bombers bombing Iranian nuclear sites made him look like a strong president, made him look like he was making things happen. And now we're sort of back to square one with Gaza. And so, I think that whatever we see in the days and weeks ahead, I think for both Netanyahu and for Trump, focusing on Iran is better for them politically, domestically, internationally, et cetera. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to find some kind of resolution to this war in Gaza. Otherwise, Israel's future looks pretty bleak too. There's a number of countries waiting to normalize with Israel. But again, there's this one sticking point. And, we know that President Trump wants the Nobel Peace Prize. So, maybe that's the incentive at the end of the day.
Well, it certainly could be. He also wants Gaza to be the Riviera of the Middle East, as he's said, displace everyone and build condos. How do you reach a peace deal or a ceasefire with respect to the people who live there when that's your point of view?
I mean, this is the big question beyond that 60-day ceasefire. And I think that's why Hamas wants to talk about that, because we did see reports earlier last week that there was some kind of consulting sort of assessment that dictated that, anyone who was displaced, about 500,000 people from Gaza out of 2 million, would get about $9,000 per person.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Balance of Power podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A move lower for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. And this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declined today amid trade jitters, with the S&P down 49 to 62.29, drop there of 0.8%. President Trump announcing tariffs on several countries. The Dow down 422, down 0.9%. Nasdaq down 188, a drop there of 0.9%. 10-year 4.38%, with a 2-year yielding 3.89%. Gold flat on the day, 33.37 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.6%. WTI 68.07 a barrel. M&A news, CoreWeave agreeing to buy Core Scientific in an all-stock deal worth about $9 billion that will allow it to expand its AI data center capacity. CoreWeave shares down today by 3.3%, but Core Scientific plunged 17.6%. Recapping, stocks lower with the S&P down 49, drop there of 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, thanks so much for that update. Well, the WNBA, known as the W to fans, announced plans to expand to 18 teams by 2030, adding Philadelphia, Detroit, and Cleveland to the previously announced Portland and Toronto teams, which begin play next year. The expansion builds on several seasons of dramatic growth and comes at a time sports teams have been getting acquired for record-breaking and eye-popping amounts. So let's talk about sports and entertainment and hospitality. We've got Sam Zussman with us. He's CEO of Brooklyn Sports and Entertainment. It is the parent company of the NBA's Brooklyn Nets, the WNBA's New York Liberty, and their home arena, the Barclays Center. We're also joined by Randall Williams. He's a familiar voice and face to all of you. He's Bloomberg News Global Business of Sports reporter. Both of them join us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Sam, I want to start with you. I think, the brand Brooklyn is something that you are leaning into big time here with the Brooklyn Nets. Also, of course, with the New York Liberty, with the Barclays Center. But I think people outside of New York might be surprised to find that the Barclays Center, basketball is a big part of it, but it's not the biggest part of it by any means. Sort of break down the share of what comes from basketball versus what comes from everything else that the Barclays Center does.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Tim. So Barclays Center is a real entertainment mecca. We are open roughly 190 nights a year. We do somewhere around 75 to 80 concerts a year. Brooklyn Nets games around in the 40s, Liberty games in the 20s. We are the third highest grossing arena in the world. And it's not just about the content, it's also about how we do it. Our goal at Brooklyn Sports and Entertainment is to create bold and unique experiences, the Brooklyn way, meaning Brooklyn DNA, right? If you sort of think about what Brooklyn stands for globally, not just nationally, for creativity, for relentless hustle, for authenticity, for diversity. We represent about 150 different cultures. And so we want to make sure that when you come to an experience at Barclays Center, whether it's a concert or a game, you have a unique DNA, Brooklyn DNA-based experience that might be different from the experience you would have with the same game played at a different arena or the same concert played at a different arena. And we manifest that with food, with service, with ancillary entertainment, with how the venue is, and the fan experience, the audience experience is sort of first, and we manifest that.
So Sam, one of the things you mentioned was culture. And the reason I bring that up is because obviously New York City has a lot of it, but Madison Square Garden in particular has been open since 1968. The Barclays Center opened, I believe, in 2011 or 2012. You built culture in 15 years to become the third highest grossing stadium or arena in the world. What went into that?
So the work and the vision of a lot of people that came before me, but I would say it's focus first and foremost, but secondarily and maybe first is a lot of long-term thinking. So I consider us and the ownership group to be long-term builders. Everything that we do is with a long-term goal. We're focused on building generational fandom. We're focused on building the experience, the service that we provide, the training that we put in, the selection of vendors, the selection of entertainment, the selection of concerts. If you look at Barclays Center, it is only, to your point, opened in 2012. It is only 13 years old, and we've already embarked on a set of arena renovations with over $150 million over 4 years. And we've opened several new clubs that you told me that you
Crown Club is my favorite. The Crown Club is my favorite.
Yeah, and look, Crown Club literally is first and unique in its experience. A chef restaurant with unparalleled wine list where people come in and They're having the time of their life, before.
There's some people who don't even go to the game. They just go to the Crown Club and sit down there the entire time.
I think Randall needs to bring me to the Crown Club.
he's your guy, not me. He's your guy. A follow-up to the renovations. We're seeing this age of sports teams who have to renovate these stadiums, and the cost of that continues to go up. You guys obviously got out ahead of that. Why is that important to say, hey, we're going to put money into this, even though the stadium is less than 15 years old? There's a world where the Tsai family could have waited 20 years down the line and be like, okay, now's the time. But you're out ahead of this. Why is that?
It is because we're long-term thinkers, and it is because we're audience and fan focused, right? So just to give you an example, we have taken 2 levels of suites, and we've turned them over into bowl-facing clubs, where the reason we did that was not the utilization. The reason we did that is that we noticed that the consumption pattern and the preference of the audience has
Case efficacy chain, also known as chain of efficacy, a digital chain. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Educate, efficiency, effectiveness, and evolve. So whether you are doing market research, studying, doing market analysis, or making a critical financial decision, get the latest breaking, developing market news in the cryptocurrency markets at www.efficacycoin.com. Efficacy Cryptocurrency News is powered by Case Capital Markets.